Good morning, good afternoon, good evening, everybody out there. A warm welcome to our annual conference of the Center for Humanitarian Action. My name is Ralf Süttorf, I'm the director of CHA, and I'm really pleased to welcome you to our event in Berlin. When we planned this event for the very first time, actually it has been this era when we all hardly knew how to spell COVID, and an era when we talked about Berlin as one of the coolest cities to visit in Europe, some people say. Today, unfortunately, Berlin is rather one of the hottest hotspots in Germany and in Europe. And so this event turned from a presence one to a hybrid one, and the very last days to a purely online one. While we must admit that we've been a bit disappointed about that in the very beginning. I may say that by now we have been so excited about you registering for that. We have more than 500 participants over the course of the next 2 days. Why surely many of them still sleeping in America or other time zones on laid-back Berlin. So 500 participants are so well beyond our expectations because we are actually the new kid on the block, a really new humanitarian think tank, only founded in 2019. And as many of you will deal with us for the very first time, I'm happy to give you in a nutshell an introduction of what the CHA is doing, as we like to call it, while it would be great also to learn a bit about you and about the audience out there and about your company over the next 2 days. So if you don't mind, it would be great if we could share 2 quick questions in a survey. And if you are on Zoom, please join us and vote in the survey. That would be of great help. And of course, you can also follow us on YouTube and on Twitter with a live tweet and keep posting and chatting as much as you can and like over the next 2 days using maybe the hashtag Triple Nexus. That would be much appreciated. But going back to the survey, it would be great if you could give us an indication where you are dialing in from, where you are based right now. Is it Germany or other European countries, rather in America or Asia, Africa? That would be great if you could give us a hint. In the meantime, I may use the time just to share a quick reminder on the housekeeping. With such a big crowd, of course, bear with us. We have to mute everybody on video and audio, but it would be extremely appreciated if you participate, as indicated, as much as you can. So with this community engaging in our conference, we would be thrilled to discuss with you the topic of the Triple Nexus over the course of next 2 days. And in the follow-up, I'd like to give you a quick intro. Why do we focus on this topic, who we are, what we plan for the next 2 days, and on a survey we've done on your views, how you view the Triple Nexus, which will be shared in a few minutes by my colleague Sonja. So maybe if we can have a quick look again on the survey results. I think the audience has been pretty diverse, surely coming from a German focus. But let me share with you also another question which might give you a taste on what this center is actually about. This time would be great if you could simply share an estimate with us. Of course, all this is not only about money, but an interesting question could be, even if you ask expert for a guess, it has an interesting outcome. Could you share just a quick estimate with us? And we see there are a lot of German experts actually in the audience, so let's see what comes out of it. So let's see, what's your estimate if we talk about public humanitarian funding? How has that evolved over the past 10 years? Please share a guess with us. Do you think it has increased? And it has increased, most of you will surely know that. Do you think it has increased by rather 50% or 100% or 900% or 2,000? So if you give us a guess on that one, it might give you a taste why 2019, and that's a tip. CHA has been founded by Doctors Without Borders, by Caritas International and German Diakonie Katastrophenhilfe, and is supported today by ACF, Islamic Relief, and Help Germany. Another anecdotal hint might be when I returned from my last assignment with the UN World Food Programme for the Middle East, I could sense how much the scene had changed in Berlin, with many INGOs joining, with IRC moving its office from London to Berlin, with NRC joining the community, all the big players, INGOs expanding offices, as well as the humanitarian UN actors with WFP and HCR. So if we look at the survey, which is still moving and dynamic, it gives you also a sense and the flavor of why Berlin has turned into such a hub for humanitarian actions. And if we may be concluded right now, you can see, well, most guess, well, it has probably increased by 500%, maybe by 100%. In fact, it has been almost 2,000%. German humanitarian assistance has increased from a rough 100 million euro 10 years ago to a record 2.1 billion probably by the end of this year. So an astonishing development we surely appreciate from the humanitarian community and on behalf of the people served. Having said that, there has been a broad perception, and just a few days ago an NGO representative confirmed to me, money is not the issue in Berlin, it's rather what we all make out of it. So there has been analysis, also in the run-up of our think tank and beyond, about the capacities and how to deal in the public and on the civil side in the humanitarian world, on the policy front, on humanitarian reform, on humanitarian principled action, and how to engage in the international agenda and to support that one, given that also German NGOs, of course, have a much stronger role to play and are much higher funded than in the past. To fill a bit this gap, that there is still a perceived gap between a financial engagement and policy capacities, we try to give a hand and to join forces a bit with especially civil actors who not always have the resources to build big policy divisions themselves and to engage on all international arenas. Having said that, our mission is not really to add further papers to the files, to add further to a rather academic debate, but really to bridge from the academic, theoretical one on the policy level to the practitioners and to make this really relevant for what aid practitioners are doing and what we expect from them. So what does that actually mean? In concrete terms, maybe the topic of our conference today is one of the best examples how we try to fill this and make this materialize. When defining our priority areas of work until 2021, quite frankly, I've been one of the skeptics saying, do you really want to add to the Triple Nexus to put more into this academic theoretical debate? But the more we dived into it, the more obvious it became to us that there are definitely a couple of reasons to do so. For one, it's probably the one debate with the greatest momentum internationally these days, while at the same time the greatest controversies involved in it. So it makes this a really interesting, challenging debate. And what we identified at the same time is two gaps in this debate, which we would like to address together with you and with colleagues of all these other thrilling think tanks out there. The two gaps we would see one, there has been a lot of debate about the Triple Nexus, but what does it actually mean in practice? Isn't there a major gap? Even if we look at the pilot countries, the EU pilot countries, what do we learn from them? Very little experience and even less so analysis from our view. Second, peculiarly, especially the new part of this Triple Nexus, from our view, is the most neglected one, which is actually the peace leg. There have been decades of debate, as many of you will know, about the Humanitarian-Development Nexus, about linking relief, rehabilitation, development. But now, do we need to deal with peace as well? Isn't that another leg in these times? And this has been the new approach. But when looking at the experience with Nexus programs, but also analyzers so far, it's still pretty much focused, from our view, on this humanitarian development angle, which we are all so much used to due to the past years and decades. So we identified these two gaps and thought, well, that's a really important entry point and something we would really like to look at in our work, but also in this conference. But are we right with that, or is that just a funny idea of some new guys in Berlin? For this, let me pause before I would like to introduce you a bit more to the topic in our conference, and let's see what your views are, what you think about this. And we reached out to you, and many of you in the run-up of this conference. We did a survey on a couple of questions on the Triple Nexus, and would like to share with you now the 5 top findings. And that's done by somebody who knows much better these numbers and knows a lot about the topic as well. Let me introduce you to Sonja. Sonja Hövelmann is my research fellow at the Center for Humanitarian Action, and she's been a major player in this whole project, and she knows numbers and stats by heart. So that's really an asset, and with this, over to you, Sonja.
Thank you for the kind introduction, Ralph. So indeed, we asked professionals from the development, humanitarian, and peace sector what they think about the Triple Nexus. And 101 professionals indeed participated, mostly from agencies with a basis in Germany and their staff abroad. And while we are very glad for everyone that participated in our survey, the small sample number only allows for indicative findings, so please keep that in mind while reading the graphs. Indeed, the survey is much more encompassing, but I would like to present 5 key findings this morning. Further information can also be found in our publication, Triple Nexus in Practice, where more details are on the survey. So overall, respondents view the Triple Nexus rather as a top-down approach, but they also view that the debate is quite relevant to them. So if we look at the first graph, indeed a majority of 51% of the respondents view the Triple Nexus positively, either as a chance or a vision, while only 11% view it negatively as a threat or an overload. Also, 1/3 sees it as the next buzzword, hinting at the notion of resurfacing debate, as Rolf just mentioned. As you can see in the next graph, we also asked respondents what they perceive as the key challenges to implementing the Triple Nexus, and indeed 70% view the unclarity of what it means in practice as a major challenge to the implementation of the Triple Nexus. Also, increasing coordination needs were named as by half of the respondents as a major challenge. So apparently there is quite a gap, and this is quite a crucial factor what the practice looked like. And I'm happy to mention the Triple Nexus in Practice panel, which will happen after the opening dialogue. As you can see in the next slide, we also asked respondents how they perceive the risk to humanitarian principles. And the answers there were quite divided. So in fact, half see it as likely or very likely that the Triple Nexus poses a risk to the humanitarian principles, while the other half views it as unlikely or very unlikely. But as you can see in the next graph, indeed, when those answers are divided by the professional background, so either more a humanitarian background or a development background, in fact, almost 2/3 of the humanitarians see it as likely, as opposed to only less than 1/3 of the development professionals. We also inquired about the peace pillar, and as you can see in the next slide, a majority of the respondents indeed wish their employer to expand peace efforts in their future programming. So almost half said, yes, we would wish our organization to expand their peace efforts, while only 31% said, no, we should not engage in peace. And when we asked the respondents what it needs to engage in this peace pillar, most of them wished for a strategic decision on an overall approach, defined red lines, as well as an honest conversation about what peace means in the Nexus. Yet while a majority indeed wishes their organization to engage with peace, few see their organization as well prepared. So as you can see in the graph now, 54% view the preparedness of their organization as negative, as opposed to 40% who see it positively. And the next graph shows that indeed only 48%, or indeed shows that 48% indicated that their organization made no changes to enable a Triple Nexus approach since the World Humanitarian Summit. To sum up the key findings, The majority of the respondents view the Triple Nexus positively, either as a chance or a vision. 70% view the unclarity of what it means in practice as a key challenge. Half of the respondents see that the Triple Nexus could potentially pose a risk to the humanitarian principles. A majority wishes for a future engagement in the peace action, yet few respondents see their organization well prepared to do so. Further details also on the methodology of the survey and other graphs can indeed be found in the publication that will also be shared in the chat. And with that, I would like to hand back to my colleague Ralph.
Thank you, Sonja. I think really interesting results thanks to your support. And let us quickly build maybe on some of the key major findings. For a start, vast majority of humanitarians believes that the humanitarian principles might be at risk if you engage in the Triple Nexus. So why should humanitarians care at all to deal with this and to mingle with very political, often development objectives, with the peace negotiations and peace programs, which by nature are not necessarily impartial or neutral? As this will be surely part of our opening discussion in a few minutes here with the director of CIPRI, and with the spotlight session we have this afternoon with Marc Dubois, who has done a paper for us on this. Let me only share two trends, two graphs very quickly, why there might be an interesting trend and correlation between two trends, actually. So if we look at the rise of humanitarian needs, in the boom of what is needed to deal on a global scale with humanitarian needs, there has been this shocking boom since 2000 of the global overview annual humanitarian needs in the year 2000, starting with $2 billion, but reaching an astonishing $40 billion today. And you can see that COVID has been only the last jump to it, so it's really a long-term trend. If we mirror at the same time and look only at the development and the numbers of non-state armed conflicts in the very same time and add this curve to the very same graph, I think it gets pretty obvious that there are two parallel developments. Two parallel developments not necessarily mean they are correlated. So let's add maybe two figures to that. One is the duration of conflicts has increased in the same period to roughly on average 27 years. So every single conflict which is counted in this graph lasts on average 27 years and might make humanitarians deal with it, might make us respond due to a humanitarian crisis involved to it. And how much this is actually the case, we can see if we add another figure some of you might have heard before. 80% of humanitarian needs today are linked to conflict settings. So 4 out of $5 or euros spent or donations from the global south are correlated to conflicts. And the final figure, is that only a temporary perception, only a temporary trend? If we take an outlook using the just published the Next Fragile States report of the World Bank and UNICEF, unfortunately the outlook is gloomy as well, as in less than 10 years, 2/3 of the extreme poor, of the ones which should be the people most bothering us, will live in fragile, conflict-driven states. So it is something we believe makes us to be sure on one point, and that's when we have to position to the Triple Nexus. Everybody has to deal with it. It is an issue you can't get around. So what does that mean for practitioners or for donors or for policymakers? What does it mean for organizations who have a mandate not only to save lives short term, but also to fight root causes of poverty, of hunger, of all these emergencies? If we look at that, what are the key topics to discuss if you really want to fight these root causes? If the Triple Nexus is a chance and a positive approach to most of you, but the large majority sees their own organizations not that well prepared, how do we have to deal with peace then actually in this nexus? This will be part of the opening panel, which will start right after the dialogue with CIPRI and hosted by my colleague. Moving us to another point in the program which I would really like to highlight to you. As 70% of you named that the key obstacle to implement the Triple Nexus is that it's so unclear what it means actually in practice. And this will be part of the opening panel as well here over the course of this morning. And this can be confirmed, this perception can be confirmed from our side if we look at a few country examples, which I would like to highlight and then close. Take Pakistan. We've done research on Pakistan on a state-led nexus implemented in Pakistan, and we'll discuss that tomorrow afternoon with the country director of ACF in one of our spotlight sessions. So what does the Triple Nexus mean, and how should it be implemented, if at all, in a state-dominated nexus in a country like Pakistan, and there are many others out there, where you can't get around a state which might be, for example, and for a start, party of conflict. Take the example of Mali, a very prominent country debated in the Triple Nexus, a country with in vast external policy interests, security interests, for example, of European powers. How do you deal with it if humanitarians fear from the very beginning that they might be instrumentalized for rather security versus peace goals, for migration issues which are or should be not really linked to impartial humanitarian action? And if we engage in peace in these contexts, what do we mean by peace? Is it peace as a long-term goal to have a peaceful Mali in future, or is it a security issue, a short-term one, which might even conflict with long-term goals, as some people see confirmed by the latest coup d'etat in Mali? Finally, if you take the third example of South Sudan, a totally different story. We heard and analyzed a country which local communities promoting a Triple Nexus or even implementing it already for a long time and asking for an integrated approach and with local capacities around to do so. But if it's a good idea to engage in peace, for example, in South Sudan, program-wise, what does it mean? Dealing with peace programs has a range we can notice from the macro level, from the elites and the state conflicts, all the way down to maybe social cohesion, which is promoted for host communities hosting large numbers of refugees. It's linked these days to youth employment programs, because the youth might not radicalize if you offer them other options, economic options. Or is by now education in every sense already a peace program? When I talked to a practitioner from a Western agency in South Sudan, he confirmed, well, there's a lot to talk more about donors and not so much about the affected populations to label things as peace, and there's a lot of box ticking ongoing. So how do we deal with that in future? Speaking of which, donors will be at the heart of our discussions this afternoon and especially tomorrow morning, as many see donor policies as one of the two key issues how to implement the Triple Nexus. And analyzers from us indicated also that there might be even a triple donor paradox, for example, in South Sudan, with donors promoting a Triple Nexus, but not getting out of the silos themselves and not making enabling actors really to implement it. But if that's true and representative for other countries, we will discuss tomorrow with high-level guests, with a commissioner from the German federal government, Bärbel Kofler, commissioner for human rights and humanitarian aid, and with the leadership of ECHO, Michael Köhler, the Deputy Director General of the humanitarian arm of the European Commission. Finally, if we claim that we want to put the Triple Nexus into practice, what do we have on offer? We would like to discuss tomorrow our analysis model toward the avocado, or some people call it by now already the chavocado. And sorry for the wordplay. But we would like to offer an analysis model in the shape of an avocado, indicating 3 spheres of analysis, and offer 3 options how organizations could deal with the Triple Nexus in practice in future. However, with this quick run through the program and overview of it, I'm really glad that for now I can leave all these complex and challenging questions to our guests. And I'm very pleased that our very first one is coming neither from our comfort zone in the humanitarian and development world, but from a peace institute and one of the leading peace institutes. And our guest will be hosted by my colleague Andrea. Andrea Steinke is our research fellow on the Triple Nexus and coordinating this project. And she will be your host for the next 2 hours.
Thank you, Ralf. I would also like to extend a very warm welcome to everyone. I'm very excited about the 2 days to come. I think there is something in it for everyone who is interested in humanitarian development and peace debates, and I hope it will also we are going to try to focus a little bit more on the issues at hand. I'm looking forward to enlightening discussions and interactions, not only with the 22 experts who will join us for panel and spotlight sessions, but also we wish for a very fruitful engagement with you as the audience. So please don't hesitate to post comments and questions in the chat, and we will deal with it later. As Ralf mentioned, I'm Andrea Steinke. I'm a research fellow at the CHA, a social anthropologist by training, and I have focused extensively in my research on issues of humanitarian assistance and humanitarian governance in my fieldwork and my research. And this is one of the reasons I'm especially happy and honored to open this conference with a fellow researcher, and even more intrigued with one with that specific particular research profile. So let me introduce her to you. Dr. Marina Caparini is a senior researcher and director of the Governance and Society program of the Stockholm International Peace Research Institute, SIPRI. Her research has focused on security and justice governance, peace operations, post-conflict peace building, and the nexus between security and development. She is currently working on the role of gender-sensitive and inclusive health initiatives to strengthen social cohesion and peace and conflict-affected societies. With a background in war studies and comparative politics, she has conducted fieldwork in such places as Guinea, Haiti, Kenya, Liberia, Mali, and Sudan. She has provided analysis and policy support to a range of international and regional organizations, host and donor governments, and advocacy and human rights groups. Dear Marina, we are very, very glad to have you here. Hi. Let's just dive right into the topic. As seen from the perspective of someone with so much policy and fieldwork experience, where did the discussion around the humanitarian development and peace nexus originate from your view? I currently cannot hear you. Okay. Did you turn your microphone on?
Hello.
Yes. Now.
Can you hear me?
Yes.
Thank you.
Great.
Thank you for the invitation to speak with this audience. I really value this opportunity. I think that the current emphasis on the Triple Nexus is a result of converging and reinforcing trends that have put the humanitarian system under enormous strain, as we've heard, but are also showing how interrelated these factors are, and that a siloed approach just doesn't cut it anymore. So although we know that armed conflict has declined generally since the end of the Cold War, from 2010, there was an increase in armed conflict, and it really spiked by 2016. There are qualitative changes in the nature of armed conflicts as well, in that they are increasingly protracted. They involve a proliferating number of armed groups. They're complex. They're increasingly internationalized, whether through direct involvement of other parties or through proxies. So we see conflict becoming increasingly complex. It has spillover effects in regions. We also see that peace agreements are prone to failure. 50% of peace agreements fail within 5 years, and often because of a failure to address underlying socioeconomic factors that are drivers of conflict. We also find that in fragile contexts, one crisis is often followed by another kind of disaster. And so you have a compounding effect. And what this means is, of course, as we know, displacement is at record levels, 79.5 million displaced in 2019. 80% of those located in countries affected by acute food insecurity and malnutrition. And so the result is that we have extremely high levels of humanitarian need. We have protracted and cyclical emergencies, fewer resources to deal with it, geopolitical tensions, which is constraining and undermining cooperation, international cooperation, shortfalls in global humanitarian funding, and even on the peace domain or peace dimension, we have peacekeeping budgets that have been reduced by 30% over the past 5 years and are likely to continue being reduced.
Thank you for this first overview, Marina. So as we have heard, it has been kind of 4 years since the World Humanitarian Summit, since the whole discussion started. In your view, where do we stand regarding the Triple Nexus and its potential actually to contribute to collective outcomes in the aid sector?
What I see is a building momentum, and I see some evidence of progress, but I also perceive that there are major challenges to actually implementing and realizing a triple nexus. We see more evidence of work at the nexus through joint analysis, joint planning, some operational coordination, especially within the UN system. We see the creation of new structures, the JSC. We see donors committing to the concept and the idea of the triple nexus. The OECD DAC recommendation in February 2019 was, I think, a big step. And we're seeing a lot of good analysis and thinking around the nexus that is being done, such as the States of Fragility report, which identified, for example, the role of diplomats and diplomacy in being able to navigate across the nexus. So we see a lot of movement and I think thinking, but there continue to be barriers and missed opportunities for joined up interventions. Yeah.
Could you sketch out some of those missed opportunities to us?
Yeah, so I'd like to focus on the peace building dimension. In my view, the peace and security communities have not fully engaged with the triple nexus discussion. To me, that discussion is being driven by the humanitarian and the development communities. There needs to be more deliberate effort to engage them, and particularly with regard to positive peace. So not just in terms of the absence of armed conflict, but in terms of trying to understand attitudes, institutions, structures, dynamics that create and sustain peace over the long term. And that would mean looking at factors like well-functioning government and governance, low levels of corruption, establishing effective oversight, accountability mechanisms, achieving more equitable access to security and justice for all parts of society, but also access to essential services like health and education, access to livelihoods, respect for human rights, and the rule of law, basically also building societal cohesion. And for me, a really concrete example, if you like, of a missed opportunity in the security and justice field, SDG 16 and Pathways for Peace report, which was a very major piece of research that really brought together the best of current thinking about conflict prevention and sustaining peace, puts a very strong emphasis on creating strong, inclusive, and responsive institutions for sustainable peace and development. But these are largely being interpreted as state institutions. And in the security and justice field, particularly in the UN community, I would say, there seems to be an aversion to working with customary and traditional justice actors, for example. And yet in many fragile contexts, we know that the vast majority of people are going to resort to customary and traditional justice actors. And so this sort of resistance to dealing with the non-state, I feel, is a major missed opportunity for peacekeeping operations, for security and justice actors who are truly interested in finding sustainable peace.
Thank you. I'm very glad because you already touched upon and highlighted some of the issues we will discuss in the course of the following 2 days, like the role of state institutions and non-state actors, as well as the missing link with the peace community, the peace research community. So it kind of builds a good path towards our discussions. I would just like to mention right now that for the chat and the audience, please, again, I invite you to post quick questions and comments for a little bit later in the session. And for now, I would love you, Marina, to tell us a little bit more about your own research and what it suggests with regard to the peace leg of the Nexus, the Triple Nexus.
Sure. So my background is very much in the security and justice field, security sector reform and governance. And it's interesting to note that security sector reform really was developed within the context of the development community. And it was seen as sort of at the nexus of security and development. And in its original conception, SSR sought to transform the state in terms of its delivery of the essential services of security and justice through the building, the strengthening of institutions that are effective, legitimate in the eyes of the population, inclusive, responsive to their needs, and accountable. Unfortunately, SSR has had a trajectory that, in my view and in the view of a lot of people who have worked in SSR from the beginning, feel that it's been quite unfortunate. There's been a sort of diversion of security sector reform towards security sector assistance. There's been a sort of predominance of train and equip, capacity building, technical, let's say, assistance provided, and ultimately a failure of SSR to deliver on its original promise of bringing greater access to security and justice to all people within a community. So I would say that one of the failures that's consistently been identified in my research and that of others is really the inadequacy of security sector reform as it has developed. And this, to me, is one of the big issues that I think needs to be engaged with if the Triple Nexus is to engage effectively with the peace and security community.
Okay, thank you very much. I think what you've just mentioned explains not 100%, but I think to a big percentage what is going on, for example, in the Sahel region at the moment. So we will speak about that later today. For now, I would want to invite my colleague Darina Pelowska to tell us what's going on in the chat. Darina, please join us on the stage.
Hello, Andrea.
Hi.
And congratulations for this great start of the conference. The chat has been not so lively as we hoped, but I just got one very interesting question a minute ago that I wanted to present here. And Rochelle Elian, I hope that I pronounced that correctly, just posted that we've been talking about resilience, peace, and a Triple Nexus for a long time. So it's not really a new concept. Mm-hmm. And she says that her experience makes her understand that a lot of times humanitarians and development actors, we are talking of us as humanitarians and development actors, and we don't even understand our own jargon. And now, what are some of the positive lessons that we have and that we might lean on to move on forward? Mm-hmm. So that's her questions from the chat. I hope that I put that clearly because I'm just reading it as it was posted on a chat.
Okay. So, Marina, as I have understood the question, it's about what is new about the Triple Nexus as an with an add-on of the more traditional humanitarian development nexus, and what are the positive lessons we've learned so far. I would like to.
I guess because I'm coming from the research world, I think that there is a lot of innovative and important research that's being done, which isn't being reflected in policy so much, and could be very useful to inform the Triple Nexus at this point. I think that there's a need to be doing more research across systems, and systems for establishing government systems, for providing essential services, for responding to crisis and emergency, for developing conflict-sensitive approaches. I think there's a lot of knowledge in the humanitarian and development communities that the community dealing with peace and security hasn't accessed. I think there's also a need to understand more about different actors across the nexus and understand their institutional cultures, understand their professional roles, maybe their training and why they tend to see things in particular ways, and paying attention to the lessons learned, because this may be an old discussion about increasing coordination, but things have moved on as well. Our scientific understanding, our frameworks, understanding what works within certain circumstances, what doesn't work, and caveats. And so, we need to tap into that knowledge that has accrued in the intervening decades since this concept was first launched. There's a lot more understanding about that. There's far to go, but I would say that at least from a research perspective, there's much to tap into now.
Yes, I fully agree, and thank you for pointing something out to me that wasn't so much on my radar before. It's not only the organizations and institutions and their silos that kind of are trapped into their silos. I think also the research institutions have a clear focus on either peace or humanitarian issues. So this is a good hint also towards ourselves to also think across those thematic strands a little bit more. We don't have much time left. Nevertheless, I would love for you to answer one small question more, and this has something to do with outlook. So where do we go from here? Where do we stand, and what's your final word of advice to the aid community, the humanitarian community as well?
Yeah, I guess my final plea is for one of simplicity and streamlining. Even acknowledging the huge complexity and the diverse bodies of knowledge that are necessary to navigate, to understand how to work through the nexus. There's a plethora of plans and mechanisms and guidance and 300-page documents that bring together a lot of the research that's been done. And this is overwhelming even for me as a researcher in this field. And I'm just wondering, how realistic is it for those who plan and implement policies and programs? I think we need to do a better job at communicating to our counterparts across the nexus and to donors and policymakers and affected publics. And we need to condense our findings and our approaches in a way that is far more accessible to our colleagues and to the diversity of actors across the spectrum.
Marina, I think to sum it up, it's kind of what I've heard from your side. It's a little bit more less paper and more action, or more clear advice as to what we're dealing with right now. Thank you so much for giving us this very concise introduction to our conference, and I hope you will stay on a little bit longer today and engage in the discussion as well. We will now take a short break of more or less 1 minute to then join here again for our first panel on the Triple Nexus in practice. See you soon.
Thank you.
Welcome back, everyone, to our first panel session of the day with the name Triple Nexus in Practice. So as we have already mentioned today, during our research, the number one complaint we have heard over and over again, especially from NGOs, was that while there is an intense debate and demand surrounding the Triple Nexus on an HQ, headquarters and policy level, there was and still is very little knowledge on practical evidence-based advice on how to actually put it in practice. This is the main reason why our CHAR research pillar is called the Triple Nexus in Practice, and also this panel now is called the same way. So I'm very happy to introduce today's speaker to you. We have Reife Janke from Forum ZFD, Dr. Valo Shofizan from the International Rescue Committee, Carsten Noko from Médecins Sans Frontières, and Kayu Orellana from HELP Germany. Welcome to everyone. I'm very glad to open the first panel session with you. And I have to say that already during the briefing calls to the session, we had such interesting and invigorating discussions on the Triple Nexus and the humanitarian system that I'm very much looking forward to our debate today. So to give you a bit of a heads up on what's going to happen, I will first engage with each speaker individually for the first round of questions to spotlight their specific experience and perspectives. After that, we will have a second round with some time for the panel to discuss among each other and then open up to the audience. My colleague Darina will join me again on the stage later. She will monitor the chat and please, again, feel free to post questions and comments and engage very lively, because it's also very important to us not only have this closed circle of experts interacting with each other, but we would really want to have the feedback of all the people registered. For housekeeping, again, please everyone who is not a speaker at in this particular session, please mute your mic and turn off the camera. And for any technical questions, please refer to the user CHAR technical support. So, welcome everyone. Let's start with Reife Janke. She was born in Turkey. Reife Janke immigrated with her family to Germany at the age of 12. Her educational background is a lawyer. She worked in Tanzania for the Friedrich Ebert Foundation and the German GTZ in the field of good governance. Then she has worked for more than 7 years for the GIZ Civil Peace Service in Afghanistan and in the Philippines. Based in Sinjar, she worked also 2 years for the German NGO Welthungerhilfe on social cohesion and peace-building measures in areas liberated from ISIS in northern Iraq, where she was linking humanitarian with peace-building measures. Currently, she's the country director for Forum ZFD in Iraq, a German peace-building organization focusing on conflict transformation measures and setting up the civil peace service program in Iraq. So Reife is joining us from Erbil today. There will be no video. Hello, Reife. Welcome. Can you please give us a brief description of the work that your organization is doing in Iraq? Can you please, we cannot hear you at the moment. Turn on the mic on your computer.
Okay, good morning, everyone. Here is Reife. I'm sorry, we had a small technical problem.
Good morning, Reife. We're glad to have you.
Thank you.
Should I repeat my first question?
Yes, please. I'm sorry, I was...
Okay, so the question was if you could be so kind to give us a brief description of the work that your organization Forum ZFD is implementing in Iraq.
Sure. Well, Forum ZFD, we call it also Forum Civil Peace Service in English, is currently setting up the German peacebuilding program Civil Peace Service in northern Iraq, with the focus of areas which were liberated from ISIS. Those areas are the areas where lots of destruction took place, and millions of people were displaced all over Iraq. Well, the Civil Peace Service is a German governmental organization funded also by the German government itself, aiming to prevent violence and to promote peace in crisis zones and conflict regions in a non-violent way. This is very important for us to consider. Currently in Iraq, we are conducting an extensive context and conflict analysis, which will serve us as a baseline to set up our program in an effective way. Context and conflict analysis are one of the main components when we are doing our peace work generally. So since we are in the first setup of the program itself, the context and conflicts analysis will serve as a baseline to show us which areas are accessible for us, which regions especially, and which entry points in terms of peace building can be taken in account for Forum ZFT or Forum Civil Peace Service.
Thank you, Reife. And what is the definition of peace in your intervention? How you frame peace in your work in Erbil and the whole of Iraq?
Well, we consider in our intervention actually the positive notion of peace. Peace is a complex, long-term, multi-layered process of actually decreasing violence and increasing justice, but in a non-violent way. I have to highlight that as well. The multi-layered character means for us not only governments, but also stakeholders at all levels of societies are responsible for it. So we consider how conflicts being solved. It's about conflicts being solved in a constructive way in a society. We believe that peace exists where people are interacting in a non-violent and are managing their conflicts positively. So this is the notion that we take if we implement intervention.
That sounds very interesting, all of it. What are the challenges of this way of engaging with the problems?
Well, from my perspective, the main challenge is when we take into account the Iraqi context and the peace-building sector, that many organizations trying to implement the Triple Nexus by themselves. Many small-scaled and middle-scaled organizations without the core expertise starting to implement the Triple Nexus, especially also the peace-building field itself. Here in Iraq, we were observing that unfortunately many humanitarian, especially humanitarian organizations were engaged in peace building without lack of know-how or true understanding of basic peace building concepts. There are no capacities and resources, or less capacities and resources have been allocated in terms of mandate, in terms of personnel and knowledge of proper peace building programming and approaches. So these capacities are deficient and most of the time also unfortunately lacking if most of the organizations started to implement peace building in the Iraqi context itself. Some humanitarian actors have been forced to implement peace building measures due to donor requests in often short time. This is another problem that we have to consider without proper planning and adequate consideration of the local context and the local dynamics and the conflict sensitivity. Here, we were observing that most of the organizations implementing peace building were claiming peace building sectors for themselves, but they are rather inexperienced in developing and applying basic peace building approaches. Often they are lacking common understanding of approaches and terminologies, which from my perspective, especially as a peace builder, increases the risk of doing harm. Then it might be happening unintentionally, but it leads to more harm than it leads to more harm. On the other side, we were observing another challenge that we were observing the funding situation of the organizations where most of the organizations had short-term funding, and the funding was allocated to certain activities. Our funding, for example, is related only to peace-building measures. Also, we were observing that most of the humanitarian fundings were, meant to be for humanitarian actions, which is not promoting the Nexus approach itself. The fundings are, especially the humanitarian fundings, are often very ring-fenced to ensure it is used for humanitarian purpose, and they are 1 year for 1 year or very short-term fundings, which were leading to short-term measures, so without considering sustainability of projects and approaches. So here we were observing most of the time when organizations started implementing peace-building measures, it was either for half a year, even we had measures for 3 months or 6 months, and then afterwards no follow-up project were taking place. I think another consideration what we, or another observation that we made is that, lack of coordination between the actors was not really, or the coordination itself was not really given. Many organizations were not able to share or to share less due to the competitiveness of the aid sector. So lessons learned were either hesitantly shared or not really shared. So what I would like to say here, highlight is that especially overall, I think if especially small-scale or middle-scale organizations start, especially from the humanitarian sector, start to implement peace-building actions or peace-building measures, a more collaboration has to be given, and also coordination has to be also a point we have to consider. We can all learn from each other, I think, even we peace actors from the humanitarian actors. But on the other side, I would really highlight that coordination, collaboration, learning from each other is a way to promote the approach itself.
Okay, thank you very much for this very interesting plea, and also connecting what our keynote has designated earlier with actually evidence from your daily work. I have a last question to you relating to something that has been mentioned already as well, the relationality between peace activities and state actors and non-state actors. So what is ZFD's standing vis-a-vis local authorities and communities? Do you have partnerships with other organizations as well?
So ZFD main approach is partner-centered. Or CPS approach is partner-centered. We implement generally with local structures, with local partners. Our also experts, we have experts who are sitting in the partner organization trying to strengthen the local structures. So the partner-centered approach and the community-based approach is very important for CPS itself. We try to, build structures of cooperations at different level, engaging the local structures and partners. And partnership with other organizations. We do, I can speak here from Forum ZFD point of view. We do have also partnership relationship with other organizations, especially with humanitarian organizations. Currently, in other countries where we are engaged, in Lebanon and Philippines, we are working with other humanitarian organizations to come up with conflict-sensitive planning and programming. These are the partnerships we are currently considering, and Forum ZFD itself is very much open for that.
Thank you, Raif, for letting us have a little bit of an insight into your daily work. Please, dear audience, dear online audience, feel free to post questions and comments. We will come back later. For now, I would like to move on to our next speaker, Dr. Vale Oshofi-san. He is a Senior Director of the Governance Technical Unit at the International Rescue Committee. He leads the unit's team of senior advisors, technical advisors, and specialists overseeing program support to over 30 IRC country offices. Vale has 2 decades of professional experience researching and working on humanitarian development and conflict prevention and peace-building issues. Prior to joining the IRC, he has worked with Plan UK, Help Age International UK, and the UNDP Nigeria in various roles, from technical assistance to research and evidence, policy influencing, and advocacy. Vale holds a PhD in post-war recovery studies from the Department of Politics at the University of York in the UK. Vale, I'm very happy to have you with us today. So. The IRC has implemented a series of Triple Nexus projects so far. Could you highlight some of the projects and maybe include IRC's specific take on peace?
Thank you, Andrea. Can you hear me well?
I can hear you very well.
Right. Thank you so much. And thank you to thank CAHA as well for inviting IRC to be part of this conference, whose timing, I believe, couldn't have come at any better time, given the fact that if there's one key lesson the aid sector can learn from COVID, it is one that tells us that an effective response to a pandemic is not just purely a humanitarian, a development, or peace-building affair. The fact is that it is all three. So surely we can save lives while simultaneously developing work around building effective and responsive health systems and making sure that we do so in ways that promote peace. Mm-hmm. So to your question on IRC's take on peace, so for us at the IRC, we really do not consider humanitarian development and peace building as mutually exclusive activities. Having said that though, our approach to peace always bears in mind that peace-building activities can be either categorized as negative peace or positive peace, which Raifa responded to earlier on in a response to one of your questions. So negative peace referring to the absence of physical violence, while positive peace focuses on tackling structural violence, such as inequalities, deep-seated grievances, human rights abuses, gender-based violence, social injustices, exclusion of certain groups from decision-making processes, as well as weak public and conflict management institutions and organizations. So for us at the IRC, we take the position that the search for positive peace should always go beyond just stopping the act of violence, but actually understanding and putting to an end the very conditions that make violence an attractive form of resolving conflict. So how do we actually do this? Yes. We try to design program activities with the intention to remove or gradually, if you like, chip away the drivers of violent conflicts in ways that enable us to contribute to peace. So I'll give you a practical example. We are right now in the final year of implementing a Sweden CEDA-funded conflict prevention and peace building program in Democratic Republic of the Congo and Somalia, which was deliberately designed with positive peace in mind. So in DRC, we are using equitable access to health services between two conflicting groups, the Bantus and the Twas, in Tanganyika province. And we are also using access to justice services in two districts in Mogadishu, Karen and Awadag district in Mogadishu, as entry points to promoting positive peace. So, okay. Now, the choice of access to health in Tanganyika and access to justice in Mogadishu was based on an initial context and conflict analysis that we conducted prior to the design of the program. I was, very pleased to hear Raifa, talk about using context and conflict analysis as a baseline to inform the design of our organization's programs, because I've heard, in some instances where peace building projects are being designed, not informed by any context or conflict analysis, and it makes one wonders, without understanding the context and the conflict, how on earth can you implement an effective peace building program?
Mm-hmm. Thank you for sharing that with us. So on the specific capacities that are needed for successful intervention, what have you learned from the projects in DRC and Somalia? So in addition to what Reife has just mentioned, or maybe
okay, so in terms of capacities, I will say for sure that you need a team that have the skills to do three things. Mm-hmm. One is, again, I go back to context and conflict analysis, to inform not just the initial design of the project, but also continuously updating the analysis on a periodic basis, as they may need to adjust their strategies and activities because context does change, right? So what you designed 6 months ago might be irrelevant if the context changes 6 months later. So you have to keep updating your context and conflict analysis. And this is so key and is so foundational. So your team need to be able to do those types of analysis on a regular basis. The second thing I'll say that you need is good facilitation, negotiation, and mediation skills, because effective local level community peace building requires all three. And it is a must that this has to be locally driven. It is so critically important, and that it has to be locally owned. The third capacity I will like to flag, although this is not necessarily a capacity from an implementing organization's point of view, but it is so important, I think, is worth flagging. You need a donor that is flexible and supports adaptive management. And if I may, I would like to commend the Peace and Human Security Unit in CEDA as a fantastic model example based on our IRC's positive experience co-designing and implementing the conflict prevention and peace building project I mentioned earlier in DRC and Somalia. I mean, without the flexibility and ability to put into practice adaptive management, it would have been so difficult, especially in Somalia, where the context kept changing. So we had to keep, keep up, readjusting our activities, readjusting our strategies to meet the specific crisis at that point in time.
Thank you, Wale, also for pointing out to the need for negotiation and diplomacy, because I think this is something that always kind of falls off the table in a way. And you're the third person today, or the third person except us at the CHA mentioning the lack of donor flexibility. I would just like to mention to the audience who might not have an idea about the whole program, but we will dive into that from the last session today over the 2 sessions tomorrow. We will have donors present and ask them what is going on there. So I have one short question for you again, Wale, and that kind of refers to what you have touched upon already, the question of local ownership. You have mentioned how you design your conflict analysis. Who is actually, how do you make sure that local ownership is not just a buzzword, but is kind of put into practice in your interventions?
Thanks, Andrea. For sure. I mean, for us at the ILC, we always design and implement peace activities with local partners in the driver's seat. And this is so important for several reasons. One is local ownership. 2 is legitimacy. 3 is moral authority, well, in some cases. And 4, perception of fairness. And they also know the terrain, more than an external organization could. They know who needs to be at the table. They know who the key stakeholders are. So in terms of how it works for us, we also use our outcomes and evidence framework as a guide. This is an online platform where we have our programmatic theories of change and the state of the evidence around 5 outcome areas, which we focus on at the ILC. These are health, education, economic well-being, safety, and power. So for projects with peace activities, we draw on safety and power outcome areas to inform the initial design, but also drawing on, and this is very important as well, drawing on and tailored to the findings of the context and conflict analysis I flagged earlier. Now, I think it's worth mentioning that given we are a service delivery organization, we use services, health, education, protection, and justice services as entry point to promote positive peace, as we are currently doing in several projects right now. We also use livelihoods and economic programming as well as entry points, where we can identify joint economic programming activities, with local businesses, activities that can be of benefit to both conflicting communities. And as I speak, to you and at this conference now, our team in Somalia is working on the concept where we aim to promote multi-sectoral.
The mandate of donors and how they drive policy and projects that we see on the ground. And I think it's an important reflection to have on how they feed in and influence the success or failure of the Nexus in practice.
Mm-hmm. Thank you, Carsten, for that. In our briefing cards, we have talked a lot also about challenges. What are the concrete challenges that you could identify in your work with regard to the Triple Nexus?
Indeed, I think some of the key challenges that we see in terms of practical implementation for me starts at who actually decides which part of the Nexus to implement and how to implement it. We have seen this being a very difficult subject, especially when humanitarian response plans are drafted and who's responsible for the policy direction. So we start to see challenges from that level. But also, I think we should also remember that we don't work in a bubble. So we have this external environment, external to NGOs and humanitarian and development actors. And here I talk about the states where we are working. I talk about the conflict areas and the drivers of conflict and the people who are participating in conflict. And I think that more and more we see that NGOs, broadly speaking, continue to be accused as agents of state agenda. Mm-hmm. We see in places, again, going back to Nigeria, where there's been accusations that NGOs are, and I'm talking about 2 months ago, a very now infamous Al-Naba editorial referring to this, that NGOs are drivers of state policy and they help the state maintain these concentration camps, as they call them. And I think that it is an important reflection to have on what then is the space of NGOs vis-a-vis the work that they have to do. There are serious questions that do arise regarding impartiality. Outside of that, we also see the concern about security of staff. And I have to be very specific here that I talk about both national staff and international staff. For those of us who follow what is happening in the Sahel and the operations there, we do know that more and more humanitarian staff are getting, and actually NGO staff are getting more and more into danger because of accusations of working for one party of the conflict. So it has security concerns for staff, but also for the operations that these staff are trying to implement and whatever services that they're trying to render to the populations. And again, also related to this, we see this interesting dynamic that whereas non-state armed actors continue to accuse NGOs of working in and trying to further the agenda of the state. On the other end, we see the state actually also reasserting itself and accusing NGOs of delivering aid or assistance to people who should not be receiving aid, to people who are considered to be terrorists. We start to see more and more in contracts that donors ask NGOs to sign, being very specific that there are some people who should not be receiving assistance. And so it brings into question then, how then do we work when more and more we are getting squeezed from, if I can call it, both sides, so the side of the state, but also the side of the non-state armed actors.
Thank you for pointing that out, Carsten. I would like to take the chance to also promote one of our papers that has just been published. It kind of touches upon that issue with the example of Pakistan, and it kind of lays out, as my colleague Ralf has already mentioned, the relationship between Triple Nexus activities and the state, and in Pakistan is authored by my colleague Sonia. My last question to you, Carsten, is I would love to hear a little bit more about your work in Nigeria and how your concrete experience with regards to the conflict environment and MSF has been in Nigeria.
The conflict in Nigeria continues to be a very big challenge, not only for MSF, but if I can say almost the entire NGO sector, if I can call it that. We continue to face problems as we try to create space. So so-called humanitarian space continues to shrink because we have all of these powers, if I can call it that, squeezing more and more and restricting more and more the ability of humanitarian aid workers, but also development actors to actually do work that they're supposed to be doing. I speak of garrison towns in northeast Nigeria that since 2016, people have been struggling for basic needs as shelter and water. The solutions that we have are constitute of us, building up dams that people will use. And this was the same discussion from 4 years ago now, and still people still struggle to have access to water, particularly in the dry season. And yes, when we talk of provision of water as an example, and its importance in health, not only in health, but in every aspect of life. And when people continue to struggle to have access to water for 4 years because the solution that is required involves building a dam that will take years to construct, but in actual fact, the site of the dam is in an area controlled by the non-state armed actors. So how then do you? So there is this feeling of being trapped, really. And failing to provide very basic services because of the environment that we continue to find ourselves in.
Thank you, Carsten, for highlighting those particular aspects that also relates to the framework, I think, that we are operating in with regard to the Triple Nexus, this dire protractedness of crisis. You have mentioned, 4 years ago it was this, 10 years ago was like that, and there seems to be not much change going on. But maybe we discuss this later among the four of us. I would now like to engage with Kayu as our final speaker for today. Kayu Orellana is a humanitarian policy officer and the head of the New Berlin office of the German NGO INGO HELP, Hilfe zur Selbsthilfe e.V. He has been working for HELP since 2016 with changing duty stations, starting as a project manager in Syria and later as project coordinator and team leader for the MENA region at HELP HQ in Bonn, Germany. He is a guest lecturer at the Command and Staff College of the Bundeswehr, the German Armed Forces, on topics such as civil-military cooperation, and he is also HELP's representative at the German Humanitarian Coordination Assembly. He has studied Latin American studies at the Freie Universität Berlin and emergency and disaster management at Tel Aviv University. Kayu, we're very glad to have you here. Your organization, hi. Your organization is involved in many regions of conflict. So you have also coordinated the intervention in Syria. In what ways is HELP getting involved with peace activities?
Right. So thanks for having me, and thanks for having HELP as an organization in your panel. First of all, good morning, and thanks to the co-panelists at the moment for their great input. Well, okay. I'm working mostly on Syria issues, so I think this is a very, very problematic example for peace work, especially when it comes to the involvement of NGOs, since the legitimacy of NGOs and the legitimacy of different state and non-state actors is highly complicated and sometimes also difficult to explain. So what we're trying to do is, I think I would like to add to a point that Wale said before. I think there are two layers of what we're trying to do, and also what a lot of other NGO colleagues are trying to do in Syria. Is we're trying to go over the way of providing services, like, because the availability of services is a key factor for some level of stability. And I think in the example of Syria, we are at such a low level of quality of life situation, availability of service situation, depending a little bit on the region where you're working, that this is actually where you have to start with. And I do not see a lot of space for us, especially in this particular conflict environment, to start major and exclusive peace activities. What I think is that peace should be, at least for us when it comes to conflict scenarios, should be a method of, or a way to mainstream a topic into other activities. So we are in very clear humanitarian activities, for example, when it comes to distribution of hygiene items, or in a development field where it comes to rehabilitation of key infrastructure like water infrastructure. But there should be maybe also additional effort to mainstream peace questions when it comes to language, when it comes to different factors into existing activity portfolio. That's what I think how we approach things. So we are not very sure at the moment if we could do exclusively pretty much separate peace activities that are exclusively that in Syria right now.
Thank you for this. Would partnerships be an option to engage maybe more specifically in peace activities with your organization?
Well, the question is if we want to do that, really, because we have nothing against partnerships, don't get me wrong, because we're also working with a network of local partners in Syria as well. But the question is, do we see the sense of that? Because the question is really, so no doubt that peace, and especially positive peace, is a very important thing and something that NGOs can somewhat contribute to. But there's always the question for smaller and middle-sized NGOs if this is actually something that they can do with the capacities they have, right? So if I do not have a department on my hand that is actually dedicated to working with peace activities, then the question is, how am I supposed to do that? Am I supposed to learn this? Because I really don't think that this is something that we can make happen just like that in a very short time, because you need a lot of, first of all, you need an extensive conflict analysis, as we said before. Then you need to know what you're doing there, right? So Reife, a very, very important comment from her was that there are a lot of NGOs that are, because of whatever externality, forced to implement peace activities, but they don't really know what they're doing, right? So, and they actually do more harm through that. I don't want to get into this situation. So this is also why we're saying we're sticking to what we think can contribute also to some level of stability. And I'm saying stability, not peace at the moment, through the provision of services. Right.
Where would you see the difference between stability and peace while we're at it?
Well, yeah, I think it's that when you're talking about a conflict scenario, then peace would be a positive addition to the context, right? To the scenario. When I'm talking about stability, I'm trying to prevent deterioration of the situation. I think this is maybe the difference. One is an addition, one is just maintaining a certain level of
upholding the status quo in a way.
Right,
okay, thank you very much. And something that we have encountered a lot during our own research and also our engagement with other NGOs and researchers was the question if there is an articulated demand at all from the side of the communities you serve, from the affected populations, for the NGOs to get involved in peace activities. This is something that we have found a lot during our research. Did something like this happen to you while you are, for example, coordinating programs in Syria? Are those events? happening.
Yeah, so this happens, but this is not something where somebody is coming to you and sending you a big letter and telling you, listen, this is now our official request that we demand from you. You know, this is something, these small little things that are happening in the everyday business where you see opportunities to actually do some, let's say, mediation. For example, when you're working in a camp environment, and for example, the camp management is in some problem with whatever, a supplier or people who are living in the camp or whatever. These are the things where you can contribute like on a small scale. But I tell you again, this is not based on some major study when it comes to conflict analysis or something. This is more happening every day, you know, between our staff, between our partners, staff, and the people involved. And one thing that I would also like to add is, and we had this in the pre-discussion with Wale as well. He said and I was going to repeat that. The separation of the different working fields, like humanitarian aid, development, and peace. And we didn't even touch, and I saw this in the chat, we didn't even touch the security nexus and the environmental protection nexus. We didn't even touch that. So, but here, this is like an artificial separation of things, and in the reality, you know, outside of the academic discourse, this is called the life of the people we are working with, because the life is like so complex and so different, and all these factors are influencing the life of people at the end of the day. So nothing to be really separated, but the question is really like to what extent we try to use different tools to improve or stabilize other people's lives.
Thank you, Caillou. I think this is a very good starting point for our common discussion right now. Before we jump right into it, I would remind everyone, I hear you. I don't see the chat at the moment myself. I hear you saying that there is a lot going on at the moment already, but I would like to encourage more participation at this point, and later we will refer to the questions in the chat. So, Caillou, you have now pointed out to the fact that one of the main problems with the Triple Nexus is the artificial separation of isolated silos. It has been mentioned in this session. It has been mentioned before. To all of you, what steps do you think are needed to engage in a more holistic vision of intervention? Whoever wants to go first, maybe we kind of try to have a engaged but a little bit orderly discussion. Let's see how that goes. Who wants to go first? Vale, we cannot hear you. No. Okay. Maybe someone else would like to go first until we figured out what's going on.
Yeah, I can. Oh, now he's done. Now he can do it.
Right. Okay. Yeah, I needed someone at the back end to unmute me. So there was a question by Patrick in the chat, which I think goes to what you were saying, Andrea. What needs to be done? In my view, what I see is the conversation around the Triple Nexus is happening at the global level. And when it gets down to the country level, it's happening at the capital city as well. What I will say is that you can actually think about the Triple Nexus even from the community level, where organizations such as mine, you know, IRC, implement programming. So, you know, it goes back to the conundrum of, you know, when a lot of humanitarians talk about development, what comes to mind is working with the ministry, working with the central government. Yes, that's part of it. But you can also do development work at the community level. You can actually do development work at the facility level, the health facility, schools, you know, working with school heads, parent teachers association, working with midwives, you know, clinicians. That's also development work. So Triple Nexus can also happen at the community level. It doesn't necessarily have to be only at the policy level. That's one, I think I'll probably say, error that we'll see in terms of the conceptualization of the Triple Nexus. Let's take it down, you know, to where people are. And one other thing I want to say, as I was listening to other panelists, and you know, having been involved in this Triple Nexus space for a while now, you know, the key focus for us should be about outcomes for people, right? You know, Triple Nexus, you know, forgive me for saying this, it's meaningless if it doesn't bring about positive change to the lives of people. I mean, people don't wake up in the morning and say they're going to have humanitarian aid for breakfast, or they will have development assistance for lunch. Oh, I might think about peace building for dinner. You know, the people we serve don't, that's not the way they live their lives. These are structures that we've created in the aid system and architecture, which is fine. But as long as whatever we're doing is focusing on measuring real outcomes and impact for the people we serve, we'll be in a better place.
Thank you, Vale. Caio, you wanted to go?
Yeah, no, I just wanted to jump in, but I can actually do follow up now. So I would like to echo what Wale just said, and I would also emphasize that there's also a lot of, I think, another thing where we could make some progress is actually to clarify a few things. For example, when we have established peace organizations that are dedicated to working with peace activities, then I think this could be a major benefit to all of us if we could learn more from them when it comes to how to mainstream peace activities. And this is also what I'm advocating for, is since there are a lot of NGOs that do not have the capacity or knowledge to work like specifically in peace components, then because we all just learned about do no harm, that's you know, as far as it gets. And maybe there is a chance to distribute more, to echo more what peace actors are doing. And this is maybe how we could improve. But I think also there's one thing. I think there's always one bigger thing than positive peace, and that's actually the absence of the negative peace. Because if there's armed conflict going on, what am I supposed to do? You know, I mean, it's like, for example, let's take Syria, right? So let's take the northeast of Syria, right, where you have the Kurdish self-administration, with occasional visits from the Turkish army and their friends. So the question is really, there's like a split. For example, when you look at the situation where now, it was in the news, maybe you've read it, that the Kurdish self-administration released like a large number of prisoners that were affiliated with the Islamic State, right? And like the outcry on media was big, and they said, "Oh, this is going to destabilize." And even our colleagues in the field are saying that this is destabilizing the situation. Okay, but the question is really, but the reason for this was that there is a huge number of different, very influential clans in the northeast of Syria, and they have clans members that were imprisoned because they were following the Islamic State back then, right? So, but this is actually a trick from the Kurdish administration to try to appease the situation, which is always very tense between the clans and the Kurdish self-administration, to release a number of political or war prisoners to get the situation more quiet in the northeast of Syria. So the question is this a good governance move or not? Because we are also observing, and this is what we had also in the pre-discussion, we're observing that a lot of stabilization or peace depends a lot on the trust of the population to the local government. And is this a trust building move? Yes or no?
Yeah.
It's an open question.
We are going to talk about trust a little bit later. I would now like to come back to your earlier point, Caio, this idea of learning from each other. Reife, you have mentioned it already in your introduction, and maybe also Carsten could jump in terms of what are the limits and the opportunity of learning from each other? What does this actually mean? Do we need more fora? Do we need more coordination among actors? And what are the benefits of it?
I mean, it's a very difficult and loaded question at that, and yet an extremely important one. I think that for many of us who've been working in this space, so in whatever space, whether humanitarian or development or peace building activities, we know that these silos, as we call them, have their inherent problems. So we've had problems for decades, and I think that what we need to be mindful of as well is as we try to learn from each other and bring all of these things together, but we're also multiplying and adding on the problems that we've been facing in our different silos. And so instead of this being, broken down into smaller sizable chunks, we actually make a big mountain out of it, and it becomes more and more difficult to implement. I mean, I think as Wale was saying, let's bring things to the community level, yes. But at this moment, the people who actually write up policy and us as practitioners are discussing the difficulties of this. And we are not finding solutions that allow us to implement activities as easily. And now we then want to bring it down to local level because, well, we think, yes, that will help bring about solutions. But in actual fact, what does it mean when we are failing as practitioners to actually find common ground, and now we want to bring this to the community level? How does that actually work in practice is basically my question, and I wish I had an answer for it. Ale, I don't.
Yeah. I understood your first comment a little bit like the idea of getting your own house together before trying to meet the others, if I understood you right. Raife, maybe you want to follow up a little bit on the discussion?
Yeah, sure. Well, I think how far we can learn from each other. Well, this is the peace builder angle now. Please don't forget that. I think if it's come to the humanitarian organizations or organizations who started to implement peace-building measures, first of all, it's, as said already in the previous speeches, the mainstreaming of conflict-sensitive planning and programming, considering that, taking the local context and dynamics in account is a step to come together. Here, I think we all actors can share analysis, we can share the risk, vulnerabilities, the root causes of the conflict. This will be an important step towards increased coherence among the actors, and maybe also support collaborative efforts if it's come to the nexus, the Triple Nexus. On the other side, I think the peace-building actors could be consulted by organizations which start to implement peace-building measures, to plan and also implement in a conflict-sensitive way. Here, the development actors especially could rely on the experience of the peace-building actors. Instead, I think throwing together their own rough and ready solutions. This is another way to come together. And here, a cooperation could take place. But I think another way to come together, to collaborate or to promote local structures are the local capacities at national and local level. There, I think, especially organizations who are working in conflict-affected areas like in Iraq, where capacities are very weak, where civil society organizations were popping up after the crisis itself from 2014 on, and are not able to implement activities or even demand budgets from international donors because the structures are missing. There, I think all actors can come together and try to strengthen these local capacities and initiatives in a way where we can coordinate, collaborate, and where also the local capacities and local structures can benefit. I think this is another way how we can come together as well.
And also, this is in the best interest of the people you serve. This is kind of what binds all of your comments already. I would now like to jump to the next point. something that also relates to what we have just discussed, but going a little bit deeper into the matter at hand. During our briefing calls, our discussion on the Triple Nexus kept coming back to the question of the relationship between the institutional frameworks that we have already mentioned again, and the dignity actually of affected populations, as well as a potential Western bias of the specific peace lens in the Triple Nexus. Would you mind sharing your thoughts on that we have discussed earlier this week around those very relevant and timely questions that kind of also they are solemnly mentioned in Triple Nexus debates? What about this Western perspective on peace and the Triple Nexus? What about actually being mandated by the people to actually focus on the dignity of affected populations? Go for it. You're all smiling.
I can go first.
Go ahead.
Thanks, Andre. I mean, for us, when we talk about humanitarian action and providing life-saving assistance, what we try to do is to do exactly that, to put patients at the very center of the actions that we do. We try to refrain as much as possible from, as I was mentioning earlier, about how when you are working within the HDN nexus, HDP nexus, sorry, you're actually looking at more and more accusations of us working to further state agenda or to further the agenda of this or that other party. And what we are trying to do is actually exactly that. Let's bring this back to the, at least for the, in MSF's respect for the patient. So how then do we provide assistance that speaks to the needs of the patient and not so much to worry about how do we fit into this institutional framework? And I think that the more and more we try and bring the discussion and frame it in that way, I think we start to see then the difficulties of the nexus and how do you try and bring assistance to your patient, but also trying to drive this policy framework that requires you to have a certain view of how to address the malaria that the patient faces, or it is a woman who's coming to give birth at the hospital. How does that fit into the very practical aspect that people require as assistance from us on a day-to-day basis?
Thank you, Carsten.
I can come in as well here. Yes. So, Andrea, to your question on the institutional frameworks that we're trying to fit peace into, and how do we reconcile that with dignity of beneficiaries? I think I will approach that in three ways. One is maybe what we need to do is move away from a purely needs-based approach to a rights-based approach to programming. That's one. The second is we also need to think about moving away again from power over the people we serve to power with. So we're doing, things with them. And the other thing is, is related to the power over and, power with. Are we doing things to people, or are we doing things with people? Are we recognizing the agency of people? So it's not just us coming from Western capitals designing interventions in London, in New York, in Geneva, in Berlin, and sending it to our colleagues in the field to implement. Is that what we're doing? Or are we actually co-designing the intervention with the very people that the intervention will benefit? Because they understand the context, they know what the issues are. Of course, we'll marry that with the evidence of what works globally, but adapted to the context. So for me, it's about power. As I mentioned earlier, we use our safety and power outcome areas to design peace activities in our service delivery interventions. So the power aspect is ensuring that people influence the decisions that affect their lives. That's the way we tend to frame it at the IRC. I have to say that it's not easy to do, especially when you have to turn around the proposal in 48 hours, right? So what time do you then have to go and engage with local communities to design a project? So again, the question of flexibility and adaptive management is very, very key. But we also have to be fair to donors as well. They also work within the constraints of the institutional frameworks that they have to deal with.
And this consideration of power over versus power with the populations also, I mean, it all boils down to also like the context analysis that we have mentioned over and over again right now. And this goes out to all of you, would you say that this could also create situations or have an insight into a situation where you say, okay, in this specific context, we are not going to get involved in this specific area of peace or stabilization activities? No. Could you imagine such a situation?
I can go.
Yeah. Okay, Raifa, go you please.
Thank you. So we conducted a context and conflict analysis for Sudan, and we realized it is not possible to start intervention there. We already realized it is not possible due to the state of quo of the context itself, but also due to lack of resources which we were having that time. So this is what happened to us. But in every context where we are starting an intervention, we do extensive context and conflict analysis, and we do also on regular basis in a participative way with the communities itself where we are planning to intervene or to implement. And from that perspective, also currently for the Iraqi context, we are looking how far it is realistic or feasible for us to really implement in some areas which were liberated from ISIS, where the big destruction was taking place. We might say, okay, we cannot do that because lack of resources, because of the unstable situation in the region, the security situation, which is very volatile and changing every day. So we need to consider all this when we are planning our programs and activities.
And what are the ways that the question of power kind of enters your interventions and daily work? What would you say?
Come again, sorry.
What would be the ways that the concept of power is entering your daily work or intervention? Like grabbing on this distinction that Vale just made of power over people and power with people, like working towards power with and maybe empowering people, if I understood you also right, Vale. Does this resonate with your intervention in Erbil, and maybe also Caillou has something to contribute to that?
Oh yeah, I can jump
please.
in if okay. So when it comes to empowerment, this is like basically the key strategic point of our organization at Hilfe because empowerment is our main, because there is a lot of assumption with consequences that are coming with empowerment of individuals and systems, right? When you're talking about individuals empowerment, which also counts, of course, for marginalized groups, then we think that there is the potential for more of a for civil society, for space for civil society in general when people are empowered. You know, we're talking also when it goes also into labor market, right? It comes to unions or anything how people can organize themselves, right? The more people organize themselves, the stronger they are when it comes to expressing their needs and their demands in front of the international community or the NGOs, but in the first place to their local administration, whoever that is. And I'm not saying governments on purpose because it's a different thing. Then this so the stronger this movement can become, and I'm not talking, when I'm saying movement, I'm not mean something like the Arab Spring or something like this, but more like a civil society movement where it's based also on not on turning over or flipping a government or something, right? But more, and then we have the chance that this is getting into a direction where the participation of individuals is being is improved in a country or regional context. And with more participation, we think that situations can improve simply because more people are involved in expressing their needs. That's basically a very basic concept. So, but what I wanted to say regarding power also in the Western concept of how we approach things, I think in history, we learned a lot about that things, and we learned this actually, everybody who's working in humanitarian context is well traveled most of the time, I've seen a few contexts and people and cultures. Not everything that counts for the West counts for everybody. For example, if our first doctrine is that we want peace to be in place at locations, there are a lot of dictatorships in the world that actually don't have armed conflict going on right now. But this is nothing that we in the West support, and we don't like, and also this is very contradictory to the empowerment concept. But at the end of the day, I see also some movement when it comes to institutional actors or states, that they are literally failing on the diplomatic floor, right? So, and I don't know if that's the role of the NGOs or NGOs in general to take over this work, to establish peace in places where other interests or other groups are failing miserably when it comes to negotiations. For example, do you think whatever I'm going to do, whatever the international NGO concert is doing in Syria on peace, even if we have like Kurds and Arabs living happily together and everything, do you think this is going to change something about natural gas supplies from the Gulf states, or is this going to change something about Russian Air Force and naval bases at the Mediterranean? I don't think so. And there's major factors that are involved which are not going to change, and where we as NGOs or the humanitarian sector are way too small to tackle these things. Right? It's not going to change.
You've raised some very important and interesting points already. I would maybe now like to give the audience the chance to come join us. This is why I would like to invite Darina again, my colleague Darina, who has been monitoring the chat. That's going on quite lively, as I don't see, but I've heard so far from our speakers. Please, Darina.
Yes, indeed. A big thank you to our participants online. There has been a very lively chat, and also a big thanks to the panelists. You've been also very active in already answering some of the questions that were posed to you directly. So this said, I would just introduce some questions to the whole of the panel. And I have several complexes here. These are 4 complexes at least that I would like to introduce. So let's start with the first complex, which is about localization, contextualization, and leadership in this regard. The questions have been posed by Patrick Kamadi from Humanica, Germany. And he is asking, to what extent do you think, dear panelists, that INGOs, national NGOs, and other civil organizations are working hard to embrace the Nexus across their programs, their different kinds of programs, and more importantly, also across local governments. So to put it differently, in other words, how localized is the Triple Nexus? And I think this also points to another panel that we will have, or another spotlight session that we will have tomorrow. And related to that, question on contextualization, also posed by Patrick. For him, it is clear that we need more flexibility and negotiation to make the Triple Nexus work in practice. So his question is it true that we will need a regionalized, a tailored, a more contextualized approach to the Nexus rather than a global blanket Triple Nexus approach? And finally, in this complex, I would like to introduce the question by Barbara and Kriegsma. And she thinks that we need to speak about leadership in that regard as well, especially at the field level. The Triple Nexus needs to be brought into by a range of stakeholders, such as international, national NGOs, but also donors, the UN system, governments, and so on, across the development, humanitarian, and peace building spectrum. So leadership amongst those stakeholders is essential. Otherwise, the strategic direction will be inexistent. So this is, I think, enough food for thought for the first round.
Thank you. I think it relates quite nicely to our discussion, and I would open the floor to you to answer some of the questions posed in the chat. Who wants to go first?
Yeah, I can start very quick. Or Carsten. No, Carsten, please go ahead. Yeah.
Okay. I think, just speaking very shortly on the question of contextualization, I think that it is extremely naive and dangerous from all of us to think that we can have a blanket approach that looks at a wide policy framework that is set for the entire humanitarian development and peace building actors. I think that is extremely naive of us. We struggle in many countries where we work to actually implement a similar activity on two ends of the same country. And suddenly now we want to take all of this and use it as a blanket approach and across all the conflicts, at least not even only conflict, but also in countries where there's massive development work and post-conflict areas. Like, how does this work when we fail to do this in a single country and many times also in a single city where the differences in that same city are so big that you need to tailor it to meet the needs of a particular population, even if living in the same city.
Yeah, I would like to add to that real quick regarding. Yeah, I would even say also that an alternative way to a global blanket, when you're talking about a regional approach, this is also not detailed enough from my perspective. It's like, I think Iraq is a very good example where you have, and Raife, I hope will confirm, which is in a few parts of the country, that extremely diverse when it comes to different questions, like how do you organize your family? Maybe you're Shia, maybe you're Sunni, maybe you don't care, maybe you're Arab, maybe you're Kurd, maybe you are religious, maybe not. Mechanisms of dispute, even non-statal mechanisms of dispute solving, right? When you have like a regional elder or somebody who is like saying, okay, I will solve these things like this. Do you think we can cover all that even with a regional approach, even if you have like 10 villages with 12 different approaches how to interpret law? This is, no, I don't think so. So, and this makes also evidence very complicated at the end of the day. And when you're thinking about institutional donors, especially the German ones, which are constantly struggling to establish evidence markers for different things, then when it comes to the peace sector, it's going to be even more complicated, and I don't even think that any data will be comparable.
Vale, maybe you would like to speak to the question of leadership?
Leadership, yes. I really want to be fair to to donors on the one hand, right? Because we should never forget that most institutional government donors are responsible for spending taxpayers' money in their country. So there's always this tension between looking for that silver bullet, the evidence of what works, so that you can justify your spending to the taxpayer. You need to, make sure that you can demonstrate cost effectiveness of what you're doing, which is the right thing to do. The problem is, as Kirsten and Kerry, as I've mentioned, is that it's practically impossible for you to generalize, right, and come up with what works. So for us at the IRC, yes, we want to know what works, but under what condition is it working, and what are the mechanisms that makes it, work? So we need to be a little bit more nuanced. So this global, even the regional stuff, I responded to Patrick's question. It has to be on a case-by-case basis, taking it to the lowest level, in the context. Because as Kirsten said, if an intervention can work in Northeast Uganda, that same intervention might fail in Northwest Uganda because the context is very different. So we have to be very comfortable with this, case-by-case basis. I want to pick up on mandates. There was a question on mandate, just quickly. I think we have to respect the mandate of various organizations. There are organizations that are purely set up to save lives, right? They're purely humanitarian. To then ask them to, move into the development and peace building space, is unfair unless they choose to change, their mandate. And there are organizations that, are multi-mandated, and they can do those three, which is fine. So we just need to be very, very careful not to be asking everybody to implement the Triple Nexus if it goes way outside their mandate, because their mandate determines the type of staff and the skill sets they hire for.
Thank you, Vale. Maybe there are more questions, and that in the next round we might start with Reife to answer the questions. My colleague Darina.
All right, thank you. Yeah, I have at least 3 more complexes of questions, so I hope we can introduce them all, because there has been some very interesting points. So the next complex is more about competition over funding and how to make collaboration work. So a question introduced by Matthias from FCA is that, well, pragmatically, we all should collaborate with having, first and foremost, the rights holders in our mind. But as he is not sure about whether this existing system that we have and the competition for resources that exists in practice enables such a collaboration. So he is also putting forward another solution, which could be consortia. Could consortia be maybe a helpful way to forward and foster this collaboration? Or does it just create another bureaucracy monster? Very interesting question. And very interestingly, Martin Menger from the German Federal Foreign Office also introduced a related question. He is asking, how can we move towards a nexus approach that builds on partnerships among NGOs and governments and all the stakeholders involved in the different fields, and that actually encourages comparative advantages of all these different stakeholders and does not require all actors to build capacities and engage in all 3 dimensions of the nexus. So with that, I would hand over to you back.
Okay, thank you, Darina. I think those questions are also very eminent for our discussion, especially the latter one. That is something that we have encountered a lot, that a lot of organizations were kind of terrified to having to turn into triple mandate organizations now, so they have to do everything. And I think it is very important to also get the house a little bit in order with regard to that. Reife, would you like to start with referring to the questions mentioned in the second round of chats, referring to consortia and the nexus approach and capacities in other organizations as well?
Sure. I think one thing that we have to consider is maybe that roles and responsibilities within the Triple Nexus of the actors itself are not really clarified. The fields are blurring. It is there are no maybe clear distinctions. Maybe we have to first work on that. I personally don't have the solution for that, but I think how far we can coordinate, collaborate with each other is, of course, maybe, yeah. At the end, I mean, we are working in the same context. We, if it comes to the German funding, we have it nearly, I mean, the funding is from Germany, for example, and the resources are that we are sharing. I think we could start slowly sharing our resources in general. So that would be a way forward from my own perspective. As I said before, if it's come to the conflict-sensitive planning and programming, we could share our resources. And how far a consortium could help us to come together or to collaborate and coordinate more. It does work. If you look into the civil peace programming, we are 9 partners in the consortium itself. We do share our outputs and as well our resources. So there is a extensive exchange among the consortium members. It's a way, I think. Yeah, on the other way, I think it's really maybe, first of all, clarifying roles and responsibilities. This will be, from my perspective, very important to consider.
Okay, thank you, Reife. Any other takes on that from our panel?
I'm happy to jump in. So, you know, on competition for funding versus collaboration, I mean, that's a fantastic question, because on the one hand, they're asking us to collaborate, but the reality is we're also in competition with each other. And by the way, there's nothing wrong with competition, right? You know, as long as it's a healthy one. I think that, you know, donors can, you know, set the parameters. They can do 3 things. One is, you can encourage collaboration by creating the incentive structures in your call for proposals, for example, that, you know, forces people to collaborate. So that's one. And 2, I think consortiums have to include local organizations, not 4 or 5 international NGOs, right? Local organizations as equal partners, not just subcontractors. Yeah, that's very, very important. And the third piece is, it also needs to meaningfully engage local authorities, local institutions, you know, in the places we work in, and, you know, engage the duty bearers, people who are actually responsible for providing those services. Now, with the caveat, where they are legitimate, because if they're illegitimate, then there's a problem. As long as there's legitimacy of that local authority in the eyes of the people, they should be engaged. So local authorities, local partners, and donors setting the parameters for collaboration. And I think that will work.
Thank you. Maybe with regards to time, I would ask Darina to maybe pick your favorite question from the chat that I will then get back to the speakers. Go ahead, please.
Yeah, I have 2 very interesting points, actually. One is, well, the Triple Nexus is just one approach that we have, just one nexus that we have. We're also talking about the climate security nexus, for example. So how does the Triple Nexus go hand in hand with other nexuses, like the climate nexus, gender gaps, etc.? That will be my first question I would like to give to the panel. And the second one is about humanitarian principles. So peace is obviously also a political process. So have the panelists come across moments of contradiction with humanitarian principles, etc.? For example, the principle of neutrality and independence. And independence is also highlighted again in another question. That is posed by Christopher Leeden, who is asking, how do we avoid that the integration of the humanitarian action with peace and development initiatives can undermine the independence and the access of humanitarian actors? So with that last complex, I'd hand over back to you.
Yes, thank you very much, Darina, for this. Carsten, Would you mind talking about the complexities of the humanitarian principles in your daily work or in the work of your organization particularly?
Thank you, Andrea. I hope you can hear me.
I can hear
the
you
internet
loud
seems
and
to
clear.
be having me problems. Okay. I think, I mean, it's an interesting reflection from Christopher that I saw as well in the chat. The part of the reason, and in my introduction, I spoke about this as well, is what is at risk, what is at stake if we are suddenly bringing all these different apples into the same basket, and how then do we ensure that, in a sense, each apple, and here speaking about humanitarian principles in actual fact, how do we ensure that we continue to protect them when the way of working of the Nexus is exactly that, to put the state at the driving seat, to put the policy framework at the driving seat and let it determine how we implement our activities. So for me, there's a dichotomy here, and I don't see how we can resolve this. I don't see how we can continue to want to ensure that humanitarian principles are respected as tools that enable us to reach people in need of assistance, and at the same time still then wearing the cap of development and peace building. I think that the impact is that there's a very great risk of dilution of humanitarian principles, and at the end of the day, we stand to lose much more of these tools that we continue to have and that are a threat on a day-to-day basis, as I was talking about shrinking humanitarian space earlier on. So I honestly don't see how you can resolve this contradiction.
Vale, your organization is implementing quite hands-on peace projects. How do you avoid endangering the humanitarian principles?
Okay, so at the risk of saying something, quite controversial here, I think the best way for you to implement humanitarian principles is, first of all, understanding the context in which you're working in. Because if you don't understand the context, you might think you're being neutral or you're being impartial, but because of your blind spots, you're actually doing more harm than good, right? I've seen situations where, organizations tend to treat everyone as beneficiaries, as clients, but even within that group, you do have power holders, right, that control things. If you don't understand that, you might actually think that you are being neutral, normatively, but in actual practice, you're not. You're actually causing more harm. I want to go back to something that there is a tension that I see, and it goes back to the example that Kirsten was giving about Nigeria, which is the country I'm from. There's a tension between state sovereignty and humanitarian principles, clearly, right? Where the state is accusing our NGOs. I mean, we were also accused in Northeast Nigeria, everybody was actually accused of supporting the insurgents because we wanted to provide services to people in affected areas. And humanitarian actors are also saying, we're talking about humanitarian principles, we're neutral, which is all good. But I think that that's not helpful because you have the government on one side that has the right to, protect the integrity of its borders. Then you have humanitarians trying to save lives. There needs to be dialogue between the two. I gave an example which I would like to share here during our prep last week. I mean, as a Nigerian organization, can I just fly into the south of France where there's a flood and, say, based on humanitarian principles, the French government, I don't need to coordinate with them. I just want to save lives. Can I do that? Of course not, right? So what makes us think, as Western-based organizations, we should have, the right to do that in other people's countries as well by saying, humanitarian principles. Yes, those principles are the right thing to do, but we also have to understand the political dynamics in the places that we're working with for those principles to actually work and be effective.
Okay, thank you, Vale. Kayo, Reife, please go ahead, but in the interest of time, because we are already running over time a little bit, be brief and concise. We will then finish with a last round of very short comments and points that everyone wants to raise. Please, Reife. Are you with us? I cannot see you.
Yeah, can you hear me?
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah, I would say that I actually in Iraq itself, I didn't experience any challenge in terms of humanitarian principles. Okay. So from my own perspectives, if we take some contexts like Mali, there might be a danger or risk where the humanitarian principles being overruled. But here in Iraq itself, we actually experienced a positive, more positive wave, and some humanitarian organizations started implementing. So we didn't come across with any challenges in this direction. So I personally think it's not actually, it depends always on the context where we are acting, and we need to consider the context, which might also, endanger the principle itself.
Thank you. Caio?
Yeah, I think that that there is no per se problem with bringing these two factors together. It really depends, as Raifel just said, it really depends on every individual factor and the individual community and even every individual person. You know, this is what we were actually saying here in this panel, that it's that there is no basic or general or holistic, generalistic concepts that we can actually apply, because we have to look into every single detail of every concept or every region, every family. So, but what I certainly think is, so the more you move away from a detailed approach, like a focused, fine approach, the more you're getting into trouble, right? The more you're getting into a situation where, like, because the bigger you are, the more you get with, the more actors are being involved, and the powerful actors are being involved, right? Let's talk the state or whoever, or administration. So if those people are getting involved, you already get in trouble with the humanitarian principles automatically. And I think this is why individual small solutions should be relevant. Locally led solutions should be relevant, because then you're evading the problem with dancing with the big kids. I think that's the problem.
Okay. So thank you so much. I mean, I really enjoyed myself again in this particular round of with this particular round of speakers. So I think what we have learned so far is kind of can be boiled down to three things, as I have understood them. Context analysis goes before everything else, before even thinking about programming and such. You have to know your place and your limits as an organization. This is what the second thing I understood. And plus, you have to get your own house in order before trying to dance with the big kids, or to cite Caio. I would now invite the four of you for very brief, 1 or 2 sentences, your last statement regarding what you have heard and learned and valued in this discussion of the past 90 minutes. Please, Carsten, maybe you want to start.
Thanks, Sandra. It has been an interesting discussion, and I think for me the biggest takeaway is exactly that. It is about context analysis, and it is about us tailoring our interventions to meet the needs of the people that we're trying to bring assistance. And so I think that brings us further away from trying to implement activities in order to achieve a certain policy framework, but it actually forces us to look at the power issue as well, and how do we put communities at the center of what we do in order to respect their dignity. Thank you so much to everyone.
Thank you, Carsten. Raifel, maybe you want to go next?
Yeah, thank you very much, Andrea. It was a pleasure to join this session, also from Erbil. Well, I think also I personally learned a lot talking to the other colleagues here. Yeah, I think we can work hand in hand. All the actors can collaborate and coordinate more. There are ways, and let's start with basics, with minimum standards, like conflict-sensitive planning and programming, especially for organizations which are entering peace building. peace building measures or activities. And there, I think also let's work hand in hand and coordinate, collaborate more in strengthening the national and local capacities here. This is what I already mentioned before, but I think it's very much important to highlight again. Thank you.
Thank you, Reife. Who wants to go next?
Yeah, I always like Wale's points, so maybe Wale is going last because he's always making good points. So I will then go now. So I would say I learned very much that there's more. There's something beyond the humanitarian and development programming, right? I knew this before, but I learned very much how detailed this is and how far this goes, and I'm really looking forward to think about and conceptualize how we do mainstreaming of peace sensitive or conflict sensitive approaches more, maybe more in a structuralized manner. But I think we all agree that there are still things bigger than us and than the whole humanitarian sector, or which direct where things are going, and it doesn't matter what we're going to do on the ground if these things on the political level are not going to change. And that's basically.
Thank you. Wale, the floor is yours for.
Yeah, thank you. Thanks, Andrea, and thanks to all the other panelists. I really also enjoyed this and learned a lot from everyone. So for me, I will say 4 things. One is, let's think global as we are now, but let's act local, right? Because that's where that change happens. And the second thing is, let's also, as we're acting locally, let's also focus on impact and outcomes for real people. Now, if the HDP enables us to reach those outcomes, fine, but the focus should be on the outcomes, not just the HDP itself, because that's a means to an end. And I'll say, like everyone has said, context matters. It's central, it's foundational. And the final thing I would like to say is, tying this back to the whole debate in aid, decolonizing aid, being, anti-racist in the sector, is that local ownership matters, right? We will not succeed if the processes and the projects we're implementing is not owned by the people in those communities. So local ownership matters. That's, okay, context matters, local ownership matters. Let's think global, act local, and let's focus on outcomes.
Thank you so much, Wale, also for putting the local context first and last within this session. Again, my very heartfelt thank you to all of you amazing speakers. I enjoyed myself a lot. I think all the other people in the chat have also enjoyed your great expertise and input. We will now go on a break that kind of boiled down to a 15 to 20 minutes break to then resume with the next panel session, which is also, we are also looking forward very much to, which is going to dive into the question of what about peace and what is this actually, the P in the triangle. Stay tuned, it will be very interesting, and also I would invite all of you speakers now to join the discussion of the next panel session. See you back here very soon. Thank you so much. It's been a pleasure.
Good morning, good afternoon, and good evening to our online audience, and welcome back to those who have already tuned in to the previous session. This panel is called How to Deal with Peace and will address the P in the Nexus. So look into how humanitarian and development actors can contribute to peace. To discuss these very complex yet crucial questions, I welcome my distinguished guests for panelists today, Martina Zapp from Interpeace, Martha Tukahira from the SIHA Network, Rebecca Richards from the World Food Programme, and Filipa Schmitzky-Noth from the International Committee of the Red Cross. My name is Sonja Höfemann, and I work as a research fellow with the Center for Humanitarian Action, and I'm very excited to chair this panel today. Before we dive into discussion, a few notes on housekeeping. So I kindly ask all online audience in the Zoom chat to keep their video and audio off. If you have any technical issues, please send a direct message to the user CHA technical support. And I would like to draw your attention to those streaming in via Zoom, but also via YouTube, to post questions in the chat, which will be addressed in the last third of the session. While the dual nexus of connecting humanitarian action and development is much more established, with a long history of, for example, LRRD, linking relief, rehabilitation, and development, the peace pillar forming it into a triple nexus is relatively new. So peace came into this triangle, as was already established in the opening this morning, through the Secretary General, and the idea that only through peaceful societies it is possible to end development and humanitarian needs. So basically there are two ideas behind it. For one, because there's really never enough money to cover all the needs, and there's increasingly less money, or the gap is indeed widening, there's increased pressure to cover those needs better and increase efficiency of our responses. But more importantly, because the realities of the affected populations do not fall into the siloed approaches of those actors and categories that we have as aid agency. So we really owe it to them to provide the best interlinked response possible that we can give. Yet there are also concerns and caveats associated with linking the three sectors. To name just two, there's uncertainty, for example, how peace is conceptualized. So what it entails, do we mean social cohesion when we talk about peace, or do we mean more comprehensive conflict transformation strategies? Do we regard peace as a bottom-up approach, a very inclusive process, or do we also mean stabilization missions or peace missions by that? Secondly, there's also unclarity of how active or passive different aid actors should contribute to the peace pillar. So is it more of a minimalist approach that, for example, humanitarian actors engage conflict sensitively, or make sure that their programs do no harm, meaning that their programs do not exacerbate existing conflicts? Or do we see it as a more active role that programs of humanitarian and development actors also contribute to active transformation and building trustful societies? So in fact, the key challenge is indeed how can we link those different sectors while respecting each other's mandates, traditions, and principles. And we've heard today that the humanitarians very often voice their concerns that humanitarian principles could be diluted in our sessions today. But in fact, I'm curious to learn perhaps also the peace community has some concerns that their approaches and their concepts might be watered down if everyone engages in peace building. With those questions in mind, I'd like to hand over to my first speaker, which is Martina Zapp. She's a senior manager with Interpeace, where she advises a range of actors how to best support locally led and sustainable peace. Martina also manages the Peace Responsiveness Facility, which seeks to help organizations operationalize the sustaining peace and Triple Nexus agenda. So she really is quite experienced in all those topics, has engaged extensively in capacity development, learning, and evidence building of actors across the spectrum. My first question to you, Martina, would be, as a peace expert, could you shed some light on the broader perspective, what is meant with the peace element, and what does the peace community think about the Triple Nexus? With that, I'd like to hand over to you.
Thank you, Sonia, and it's great to be here. Thank you for the opportunity to engage on this important topic today. And I think we have a recent event that really very powerfully highlighted the contributions that humanitarian development actors can and should indeed make to peace. And that's, of course, the Nobel Peace Prize being awarded to WFP this year. And I just want to renew our congratulations to the colleagues who are also represented on this panel. And I think that's a really powerful reminder and an illustration that this is possible and it's needed. And while we're celebrating it, we also shouldn't forget, though, that we still have a long way to go to deliver on the commitments that we have all made and signed up to around the Triple Nexus, around ending need, around localization, and around the sustaining peace agenda, all of which really requires a deliberate intent to contribute to peace. It does require, in our view, going beyond conflict sensitivity and do no harm, which are, of course, a fundamental basis. To us, the Triple Nexus is really not about greater coordination between the sectors. It's also not about turning humanitarian actors into peace builders. But it's really about understanding that we are all working towards a shared goal, a collective impact of supporting self-reliant, resilient, and peaceful societies ultimately. And each sector and actor obviously should contribute to that in accordance with its mandate, capacities, but with that overarching goal really squarely at the center and in focus. At Interpeace, we started to engage with the humanitarian community several years ago in the lead up to the World Humanitarian Summit. And we started engaging in that dialogue because in many contexts where we work as peace builders, we saw how humanitarian actors inadvertently affect critical issues that are of concern to us as peace builders, such as the relationships between different social groups, the relationships between people and their authorities, dynamics of inclusion, exclusion, etc. One example that we learned about during our field research in the DRC was where a humanitarian organization over several years supported running a local hospital, then left the context and handed the local hospital over to be run by the government. That failed and the hospital wasn't able to continue providing the services. And so, of course, that's of concern from an aid effectiveness and a sustainability perspective. But from a peace building lens, this massively affected the relationships between the people and the authorities in that situation, in that context. And that's what we as peace builders are very concerned with when issues like that occur. So we started to discuss the question, how can humanitarian action contribute to local capacities for resilience to conflict, to social cohesion, and to inclusion? And there are many positive examples where that already happens, but there are isolated instances. They're not happening systematically enough and deliberately enough in our view. So for us, there are several levels of change. Primarily, I would say 3 levels of change that we see needed and that we're also working on together with partners in the humanitarian and development sectors. And the first one that responds to your question, Sonia, is really to demystify peace, to enable such contributions more at the operational level. And there also the paper by the Interagency Standing Committee Results Group 4, which is about to be released on the P and the Nexus, really clarifies that peace is not only the big political agreements, that is what we call peace spelled with a capital P, but there is also a lot of contributions to peace that can be made at more community level, which we then refer to conceptually as peace with a lowercase p. And there we feel that humanitarian actors, not so much changing what they do, but how they do it. And of course, linked agendas like accountability to affected populations and localization are already going in that direction anyway. So ways of contributing to peace can take many different forms that can be built into humanitarian response without taking away from the core mandate of humanitarian action. For us, an important point is that the starting point really has to be a comprehensive understanding of the context. I think we're guilty of this across all of the sectors, including the peace sector, that we tend to look at the context from our narrow mandate, from our narrow lens of our mandate, rather than really looking at comprehensively what's going on in this place. What are the needs and priorities also as defined and understood by the actors on the ground and local populations? And how do we as an international system then in partnership with local actors respond to those comprehensively? As peace builders, by the way, we are also ourselves seeking to work in more integrated ways with humanitarian development actors, because as our French-speaking colleagues often say in local contexts, on peut pas manger le dialogue, you can't eat dialogue. So we fully recognize that so many interconnected humanitarian development and peace needs in these contexts, that we need to find more integrated ways of working in aligned ways that allow us to fulfill our respective mandates, but come together and meet the shared overarching needs. And for us, then, in order to make these kinds of changes possible, what we're repeatedly seeing is that, and I think the conflict sensitivity methodologies over the last 20, 30 years have really experienced this. They've conducted a lot of training's been conducted, a lot of guidance has been put out. What we feel is probably a weakness is that we haven't really paid enough attention to organizational change. Because what these agendas call for is really changing how we as organizations engage in these contexts, and how to anchor that in our organizational strategies. So to shift the goalpost is not only delivering humanitarian outputs, but it is laying foundations and contributing to resilient and peaceful societies. And then really institutionalizing such contributions through looking at how do we design projects, how do we implement projects, how do we monitor and evaluate projects, and shifting from an over-focus on outputs to also looking at the process of engagement and the relationships by which we engage on the ground with local actors and how that contributes to resilience and peace ultimately. And lastly, the third level that we see and that we're working on is the systemic level, because we're all part of a big system, and certain parameters and incentives are set by other actors, primarily, of course, member states and the donors who have a role to play in all of this, who very often shape the silos. I was in Central African Republic last year, and some NGOs were telling me on the ground, you know, we are water tankering to supply local communities with water. We would love to build wells and to have communities manage local water infrastructure, but the donor doesn't allow us because the funds come from the humanitarian pot. So we know that some of the challenges start even further up in the system, and that's a dialogue we need to have at that level with donors. Overall, we feel really that our sectors need to engage more with each other. I've seen, even myself over the last 5-6 years, I've seen a huge change. I mean, there's much more dialogue happening between us and humanitarian actors than it was. But there's still a need for much more exchange and learning with and from each other. And I really resonate with something that Marc Dubois has said, and I know he's on the next panel himself, that we don't need to over-formalize the nexus or over-define it. What we need is nexus thinking. And Marc himself defines that as referring to a culture and ideology where the mindset within the three sectors is sufficiently cross-pollinated, that the differences become technical, they become technical challenges that can be addressed rather than normative or hierarchical.
Thank you so much, Martina. I do have a follow-up question to you. In your peace responsiveness facility, you advise actors how to become more peace responsive, or peace effectiveness is also a term that you use. Can you explain a little bit what that means and give some practical examples or share some advice that you give to organizations?
Yeah, sure. Yeah, so very concretely, we are really working in comprehensive change processes with organizational partners, where we look at how can this agenda be anchored in the institutional strategies and overarching goals, and how can it then be operationalized through, like I mentioned, project design processes and mini processes, adaptive management practices. How do we shift the relationship with implementing partners on the ground, how implementing partners are chosen, what legitimacy and trust do they have in the local context? Do we only hold them accountable to delivering the output? For example, we worked on a project in Somalia with a development humanitarian multi-mandated agency who was rehabilitating water irrigation canals. And of course, when the engineers went out and looked at, well, with the resources we have, how do we best utilize them? They suggested rehabilitating all of the main irrigation canals. When we then did an analysis of the community relationships and potential tensions and conflicts and started to engage the community and actually identifying how could this project best be undertaken, well, the decisions turned out quite different. It didn't end up being only the primary irrigation canals, but actually a different web of canals. And that space has to be given to implementing partners. That is not just about, as per the contract, have you rehabilitated 5 irrigation canals and done that to the best of your technical ability, but how has that taken into account and engaged the communities? How has that impacted relationships between groups that are in tension or conflict with each other? How has it affected the relationship between government and population? How has it affected dynamics of inclusion, exclusion? Because very often, particularly local implementing partners, they are aware of these dynamics, but very often they're not really given the space and they're not listened to bring these to the attention higher up in the chain where decisions are made. That maybe shifts in the project would deliver better outcomes and also contribute to peace.
I think this is an excellent bridge to my next speaker. Thank you, Martina, for those very interesting insights. I'd like to now turn to Martha Tukahira, who is a women human rights defender and peace builder, streaming in from Kampala today. She works as a regional communications and advocacy lead for the Strategic Initiative for Women in the Horn of Africa, short SIHA network. In her advocacy and communication work, she builds, strengthens, and fires up women's collective power in peace building in the Greater Horn of Africa. Welcome, Martha, to our panel. I think Martina already touched upon the importance of the local level, and with that, I would like to pose to you the question, in your work with SIHA, how do you perceive the connection of development and peace building work? As a peace builder, how do you perceive this idea from your view, from the practice? With that, over to you, Martha.
Thank you so much. First of all, I would like to thank you for providing me a space to be a part of this discussion and also share experience from this part of the world. In terms of the work that we do, SIHA Network is majorly a women's rights network that really looks at building the capacity of grassroots women-led civil society organizations. And without taking so much time, the work that we do has really firmed up our ideology that there is a lot of expertise and knowledge at the grassroots level. And when we're talking about peace building initiatives, we must refer and make sure that we're doing this in consultation with the communities on ground. In terms of how practical the Triple Nexus approach is, I must say that within that development world and also very much through that civil society perspective. This in theory, it seems like it works, but practically speaking, we notice that there is a lot of siloed approaches. So humanitarian actors are, carrying out their own work, development actors are doing their own work, and peace building, activists also doing their own work. And so there is very much not enough opportunity to be able to consolidate our efforts. As Martina had said, I think we're increasingly having those discussions, especially when we're talking about learning, what approaches have worked. And I think on ground, we're looking at hybrid approaches. So for example, you'll see maybe humanitarian actions will maybe look at, for example, like, these cash allowances or these cash, I don't want to call them handouts, but payouts that they make, let's say, to the communities. And for us from the development world, we're looking at how do we build on the agency of, these community members to be able to then make decisions on how they can earn income and that sort of thing. And so from there, we talk about peace building right from the domestic setting and then onwards up. And so we really, I think through this Triple Nexus approach, we do not want to firm up the dependency syndrome, which we have seen, especially for us who are working on ground. We notice that communities know that humanitarian actors are on ground. This is the support that they're providing. And then when we now move from a conflict setting to a post-conflict setting, then you realize that you've actually not carried out, you've not contributed to transformative change. Mm-hmm. And really what you're doing is glossing on that top. And so whereas it works, there is also, we really want to move away from that dependency syndrome. We also, we keep talking about peace building and the rhetoric of peace and security, but that can't happen against a non-functional, country structure, so legal frameworks. And so when humanitarian actors, I know this conversation is quite controversial because we also have to consider the principles that humanitarian actors adhere to, and also the way that they want to avoid the politics of trying to transform societies. But unfortunately, especially in this, in the region that I work with, the Greater Horn of Africa, we have seen that there are deeply entrenched negative attitudes and cultural norms. And the only way that those can be transformed is through really looking at how does power come into play. And when you're talking about power, then it becomes a politicized conversation. And I think, and so for peace builders like myself or activists like myself, we really look at how do we rebuild the society from ground up. And the only way that we can fuel this is by acknowledging that people, especially for me as a women's rights activist, women have the agency to be able to make decisions on their own. And then it's a spiral effect, so if they recognize that they have agency, then, they're also being, they're demanding to be in these spaces that have been traditionally, taken up by men or patriarchy or, people that have had power for a long time. And so they're countering that. And then you then have them penetrating those spaces that they originally were not penetrating. But in terms of, also civil society organizations, we are highly, highly dependent on aid and rather on funds, and our work is very much donor driven. So whereas I think Martin also mentioned that there is so much focus on outputs and really not looking at how do we, understand the factors that contribute to conflict. And so really looking at what are the root causes. And so whereas we can have that discussion on the Triple Nexus approach, I think it's also important to really look at how do we think in that way. Practically speaking, it seems like it's a little bit too ambitious. But I think, again, building on what Martina said, it's this nexus thinking and really looking at how do we pull best practices from the different sectors. Yeah, so thank you.
Thank you, Martha. I would just have one follow-up question to you. So also what, an idea that was already shared during the first panel, INGOs often report that local organizations are not familiar with the jargon, but when you explain what does Triple Nexus actually mean, they say, oh, we do this already. So from your experience also engaging and advising those local organizations that you work with, how can we make sure that the Triple Nexus is more localized, or that this idea which is already implemented from local organizations on the ground also trickles up to higher levels?
Mm-hmm. Thank you for that question. I think it's true. I think this is already happening and I think it's been rolled out even without having identified it as a Triple Nexus approach. Practically speaking, we see that a lot of civil society is their capacity is being built by these, humanitarian actors and these development actors, and so you find that civil society organizations are now better armed to respond to, the different humanitarian and development needs. And so practically speaking, it's, for example, convening spaces where humanitarian actors and civil society and development actors are in one space. And I think we've seen that, especially during this COVID time. We realized that we all can't be operating in a vacuum. And so we quickly had to come up with hybrid approaches. I want to call them hybrid because they are unique, and we had to do this in consultation with communities so that we're able to, and then you had, like, for example, development organizations or local civil society organizations were, for example, sewing masks and giving them out, and practically speaking, everyone was stepping in to bridge those gaps. It's still, we still have a lot to learn, and when you talk to, and this is why I was saying that we don't want to really build on that dependency syndrome. It's really to say, how do we build capacities and then local capacities and enable these communities and community-based organizations and local organizations be able to respond effectively.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Thanks so much. With that, I would like to turn to the next speaker. Rebecca Richards is Chief of Emergencies and Transitions at the UN World Food Programme, where she's responsible for strategy and partnerships in WFP's humanitarian development and peace work. Sounds like you're a Triple Nexus organization already. She also oversees the peace and conflict effort, which focuses on the organization's contribution to peace, which also formed a knowledge partnership with the Swedish Peace Institute, SIPRI. Out of this cooperation came several evaluations of WFP's contribution to peace. And as Martina already mentioned, WFP has also recently been awarded the Nobel Peace Prize, which also hints at your engagement in peace. Rebecca, with that, can you elaborate a little bit on WFP's Triple Nexus approach? Why should we care about peace, or why should WFP care about peace?
Hi, it's lovely to be with everyone, and thanks so much for putting this panel together. It's hard to follow Marta and Martina, but it's a real privilege for me to have a chance to speak with you. And thank you very much. It's been a busy sort of 10 days, and I have to say that I was really excited about participating in this panel because it gives me a chance to really talk a little bit about where WFP is in terms of its thinking on peace and in terms of the Triple Nexus. you read out the title of my office, and we deliberately tried not to use the word nexus because it can be so confusing at country level. And that's something that we've battled with a little bit. But I hope that I can have a chance perhaps to outline where our thinking is on peace in particular. We're a dual mandated agency and probably the largest operational footprint globally. And I think it's a responsibility that we have. It's something we've been thinking about for a while. We have a peace building policy that came into play at around 2013. And over time, it was apparent that the work of food insecurity, the work of the World Food Programme is heavily impacted by conflict. In fact, the OECD was predicting in their State of the World report that by 2030, 2/3 of the world's poor are going to be in conflict settings. And for us as WFP, we're concerned with the most hungry, and 700 million hungry are actually 60% of which are affected by conflict. So these are stark numbers that have really forced us to take a step back and look at the settings in which we work, have forced us to take a hard look at our operations. Martina said something in the beginning of her introduction, which was really powerful for me. She said, you know, it's important we demystify peace, and it's important that when she was looking at our operations, that we, in some cases, organizations are doing more harm than good. And I have to be very frank and say that WFP is definitely in the category of having to take a second look and be more careful and thoughtful about how we work, especially in these protracted conflict settings. So perhaps I'll give you a little bit of a background, if I may, on the work that we've been doing. In 2018, we formed a partnership with the Stockholm International Peace Research Institute. And the purpose of this partnership was to ask a reputable external body to come in and help us look at our operations and help us see where we need to do better. And first and foremost, to understand whether there really is a contribution to peace. And I know there's a large theoretical conversation around big peace and little peace and peacekeeping versus social cohesion. Putting all of that aside, we really wanted to have a sense of where does WFP sit against this conversation. And so CIPRI came in and they had a look at 4 of the countries in which we operate with very different sort of models and settings. And the findings were incredibly important to us. And I'll ask Joe to put the video into the chat if any of you want to see the video later. But maybe just to summarize what we found out, that we found out basically there's good and bad, that if WFP wants to be having a more stronger or a more deliberate approach to peace, the foundation needs to be conflict sensitivity. We need to be conflict sensitive, in our approach, in our thinking, in our planning, in our design. And the reason this surfaced is because we found that in some countries, we have a huge opportunity to support the poorest of the poor with economic empowerment, a chance of access to livelihoods, a chance to work. And in doing so, how we do it and how we design it and how we deliver that sort of package of economic empowerment, including the sustainability issue, could either provide social cohesion and real prospects for the future or not. And so this sort of balance between the two really came out into the open. The second finding that we saw through our work was that much of WFP's responses in countries were at scale and through social safety nets, and social safety nets also including our school feeding programs. So the delivery of these services, especially when it comes to our linkage with governments or governments in fragile contexts, allows us the chance to strengthen the links between people and the state. And of course, that's a very tricky conversation, I understand, especially in those settings where you don't yet have a democratically elected government. But that ability, even before, to provide an element of a shock responsive social safety net could really help bolster both social cohesion and the link between the citizen and state. We saw this, for example, in Iraq with the public distribution system. Being able to understand varying levels of vulnerability and be inclusive in that approach already sets up a system that can provide a stronger foundation to reach all the communities in the future. The third area, which is quite interesting, I have to say, was around the access to natural resources. And we found that by working with the communities and in the way that we designed our programs in terms of access to water or the retention of land in countries where there is a strong climate change impact in conflict settings. We know the farmer herder issue in the Sahel. In Kyrgyzstan, there was a particular issue in terms of Tajikistan, Kyrgyzstan, access to water and irrigation canals. I think Martina also mentioned a similar one earlier, that these can help to build social cohesion at a local level. This was quite stark for us. I think the fourth is also really about the trust amongst communities, and how if we're in countries where we've been maybe for 30 or more years, we have an opportunity really to embed at the community level, work with our partners. The localization issue that was mentioned earlier is critical to this, but in doing so, embody a sense of cohesion and trust, and working with the communities to understand the grievances and the differences and try to mend some of those bridges. So these were exciting findings for the World Food Programme. Some less exciting findings around the issue of general food distribution at scale and what that might be doing in terms of stabilization. So we've decided to go into a second phase to look more closely at this, more countries, and a focus on gender, a focus on cash, climate change, and also looking more closely at stabilization. So I'd like to perhaps close there so that we have a chance to talk a bit more and have some questions. But suffice to say, we've learned a lot. There's more to do. The foundation really seems to be that conflict analysis as a first step towards designing a program, operationalizing a program, and ensuring our response is conflict sensitive, protection risk can be considered, and really about trying to be better within the system in terms of working with our partners. And that includes partners and organizations like Martyrs before me. It includes that research and training and capacity strengthening component like Interpeace. I think it's time WFP has opened its eyes and really wants to be a stronger contribution to the improved prospects of peace. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Brigitte. If we can perhaps linger a little bit on the programs that you already touched upon a little bit. So I think a crucial question to the Triple Nexus is how much are we relabeling already existing programs to be now also called as peace programs, or do we actually change our approach and engage more extensively in peace building in a more comprehensive sense? So can you elaborate a little bit on the programs that WFP is engaging with that you consider peace related?
Sure, that's a great question actually, and I think it's very important that we don't relabel just because it's the new fad or just because we're chasing funds. And in WFP we found that there is a little bit of a tendency to think you might be doing something that you're actually not. So more of an effort has happened internally to really hold the mirror up and to be thoughtful and to be critical of ourselves, which is hard. It's hard for an organization like ourselves, but it's also really important because when we do make change and when we consider that kind of organizational change that is really needed to move the ball forward, it takes time, it takes effort, it takes a mindset. So in terms of our programs, which you asked me about, our school feeding programs in Mali, for example, it is easy for us to be asked to deliver a school feeding program in a certain area by the government. But if we were to take a step back and say, look, that particular school doesn't necessarily include all the ethnicities of those tribes and communities around, it just includes one, let's make it a prerequisite to have an inclusive and equitable participation of children in the school where we deliver a school feeding program. It's an important first step towards social cohesion. So that's one practical example through school feeding. The second one perhaps is our Food for Assets work. We do provide a lot of training and capacity strengthening, but also a chance for communities to work on the land in order to help grow the crops, retain water, and how we do it in terms of building that approach through the community can actually make the difference between resolving grievances between two warring communities, or could actually help to build a level of trust and a social compact at a local level that can be quite foundational towards the future. So those are a couple of examples. I think maybe it might be worth mentioning social protection. I think the social protection system is underpinned by vulnerability and analysis, and really knowing who needs assistance, who doesn't, and the varying types of assistance. WFP's got a huge piece of work that is the foundation for any kind of food security assistance that we provide. But we don't, for example, collect all the information that might be useful when it comes to contributing to peace. We used to collect information on food security and vulnerability around nutrition and food security, access to food. But if we were to collect information, for example, like the ethnicity, which I know is very sensitive with all the data protection issues around it, if we were, that could make a big difference in terms of the shock responsive social safety nets that we do build globally. So perhaps I'll stop there, and you'll know that I was very careful not to use the word peace building. I think it's important for me to say that WFP is not a peace building organization. What we do realize is that where we are, by doing no harm and by being conflict sensitive, we provide a good foundation for where longer term approach to peace can take hold. But I don't think it would be right for us to say that we are in the peace building realm.
Great, thank you so much, Rebecca. With that, I would like to turn to the last speaker of this round, which is Philippa Schmitz-Guinot from the International Committee of the Red Cross. She's a policy advisor, and she guides ICRC's policy engagement and reflection on the issue related to the long-term consequences of conflict. She has also elaborated the ICRC's position on the Triple Nexus in a comprehensive Q&A, which was published in the International Review of the Red Cross. Philippa, to quote Peter Mora, he said, "Humanitarian actors are not peace builders. Neutral, impartial, independent humanitarian action is distinct from political agendas, and it must remain so. Yet, he would argue that while others make peace, humanitarian action helps to make peace possible." How so? How does the ICRC, with a mandate to work in conflicts, position in this debate? With that, over to you, Philippa.
Thank you very much, Sonia, and good afternoon to everybody. It's a real pleasure to be here with you. Indeed, this addition of the peace dimension to the Humanitarian Development Nexus has created a certain discomfort within the ICRC, and I think for many other organizations working in conflict zones. And this is in no way because we do not feel concerned by the pursuit of peace. Quite to the contrary, it's actually part of the fundamental principle of humanity. The discomfort has to do with approaches to the Triple Nexus that focus on bringing together humanitarian development and peace planning and programming frameworks, which have been kept distinct for a reason, namely to enable an impartial action in places where peace is very often anything but consensual. And so expectations, pressures, perceptions of joined up work, for instance, with military actors who are often lumped into the peace dimension of the Nexus discussion, bring this really into sharp focus. And I think Karsten in the earlier session alluded to that. And the dynamics we're seeing in some contexts at the moment really caution us to take a careful approach to perceptions and to reinvest and even to an extent go back to basics on civil-military coordination. To protect the humanitarian space, really. On your question of how do we then approach this discussion on the nexus, at the ICRC, we try to approach it not as a programmatic framework, but as a pool of expertise, resources, influence, which can help us build a sustainable humanitarian impact in our work with affected populations, in particular in protracted crisis. So the starting point is not the nexus. It's the situation of people who are looking to build or rebuild their lives in places with pervasive insecurity and social, economic, and political fragility, which require a bigger toolbox than an emergency relief only. And so we look at the actors involved in development, in peace building, in peace and security, whatever you call it, and think, can we learn from them? Can we collaborate with them? And can we influence them in order to save lives, alleviate suffering, and protect the dignity of people? So the objective really is and remains humanitarian. So we're looking at a broad spectrum of interactions. With actors outside the traditional humanitarian sphere, from knowledge exchange all the way to advocacy, which is a quite different type of interaction. So what are some of the examples that we have, and what could be distilled in a way to help us articulate what might constitute a peace-related activity? I would give maybe two illustrations which are particularly relevant to the peace topic. One is the example of our role as neutral intermediary in the framework of broader peace discussions. The recent prisoner release in Yemen comes to mind as an example, and this is where we've facilitated the return of prisoners to their families after an agreement between the parties. This type of intervention is admittedly a bit ICRC niche, but it's a helpful example to highlight a very important point, which I'd like to make, which is the difference between a humanitarian and a political approach to a peace-related activity, if you will. So the fact that neutral intermediary interventions can help to build trust and perhaps foster future dialogue between parties is most definitely an incentive for the ICRC to accept to play a role. But our primary objective there is humanitarian, in this case, helping to bring prisoners back to their families safely. So this means that we're not involved in the negotiation itself. We might provide technical or legal advice if needed, but we're not involved in the negotiation of who is released and who doesn't. We act also only once there is agreement between the parties and only to implement a specific measure. In contrast, a political stakeholder involved in such an activity will be involved in brokering the agreement and will continue to engage well beyond the implementation of a first confidence building measure, so that the onus of result is a lot bigger. And so the blurring of lines between humanitarian and political objectives would definitely jeopardize our ability to play an intermediary, a neutral intermediary role. And you can apply a similar reasoning to pretty much any other humanitarian activity which takes place within a broader political landscape and tries to in a way, bring opposing parties together. The other example I would give is the integration of social cohesion indicators in our methodology to assess socioeconomic resilience. And this is as part of our economic security program. I think this touches on points that were already as well mentioned by Rebecca and Marta and Martina. But a question: why did we decide to include social cohesion indicators? The reason is because we know that a community with a strong level of social cohesion and might have less conflictuality and might be better equipped to handle, anticipate, and deal with shocks, including during a crisis. And so a high social cohesion score tells us that there's an opportunity to strengthen and capitalize on social ties to build a more sustainable impact. And on the contrary, a low social cohesion score might lead us to engage a bit differently with that community, analyzing the drivers of that fragmentation, the impact they're having on people's well-being, safety, and their daily lives, which in practice means also bringing in the protection teams, and to see how our program might progressively help to build more cohesion. But so this social cohesion analysis, which borrows expertise from development and peace building sectors, is helpful to improve the quality of and the impact of our social economic security programs, but also to help us make sure that we do no harm in a community where social ties have been altered. This really touches on the question of conflict sensitivity. 2 points maybe to distill from this as we think about how to define peace. I think bringing people together around a common objective is arguably a defining feature of a peace-related activity, but it needs to be done well. And it requires the ability to engage with all sides, which is often an added value of a humanitarian actor who is used to operating impartially in a very polarized area. The second point I would distill is the importance of keeping humanitarian and political objectives distinct when examining how humanitarian actors might play a role in peace-related activities writ large, let's say. If these objectives are blurred, then the added value of the humanitarian actor is lost, and so it's very important to safeguard that. I'll stop there for now. Thanks.
Much, Philippa. With this first tour of the table, I would like to open the floor for all panelists also to discuss among each other. Perhaps physically raise your hand if you would like to contribute something. I will then see it on the screen here. And I would also like to remind all those in the Zoom chat, but also streaming in on YouTube, to pose your questions, which will be addressed in a short while. So with that, I would pose a question sort of to the whole panel, but also more specifically to Martina. So you heard from Philippa this very a humanitarian approach with the social cohesion analysis as a way to sort of engage and do no harm, be conflict sensitive. Would you say this is enough, or is there no humanitarian approach to peace? I mean, if we look at service delivery, for example, education, health services, these might be fairly easy done. But if we look more to comprehensive peace things, for example, fighting corruption, as Marina Caparini said in the opening dialogue, access to justice institutions. These are quite political things where you need to take a stand, otherwise I think it's not possible to engage. So are we really kidding ourselves a bit as humanitarian actors?
I mean, I think as we all said, so do no harm and conflict sensitivity really are the foundation for everything else. But the policy frameworks that we have of ending need, of sustaining peace, of the nexus, they do call for something more. They do call to go a step further. And conflict sensitivity, when you really look at the methodology closely, leaves off at reflecting on how do you, as a humanitarian development actor, or also as a peace actor, how do you minimize and avoid any harm, and how do you maximize your positive contribution to both addressing conflict drivers as well as strengthening peace drivers. I think that's another thing that we often tend to overlook. We focus on, when we think about contributing to peace and addressing conflict, we focus on addressing the conflict. We're much less actually focused on and take into account how to strengthen peace and how to actually identify, how to not only look at where it's burning, but how to look at the resilience that is there, the agency Marta mentioned that is there, which is always there in any context. We ourselves started an approach like this in Libya, where a lot of actors are from the outside viewing it as everything is chaotic and dysfunctional. But then we conducted a peace mapping, and you can actually find communities that are more the more resilient and more peaceful than others. And you look at, well, what are they doing differently, and how can that maybe be broadened out? So I think that's another really important factor to look at. Yes, okay, we need to address conflict drivers, but we also need to strengthen peace drivers. And I think that's another important role that humanitarian development actors can very well play and integrate into their actions, that doesn't take away a compromise on the principles or is well within the mandate.
Thank you. Would anyone else of the panel like to touch upon these issues? Rebecca.
Thanks. I think it's a fine balance, and I agree with Martina completely, but I also wonder if organizations like ourselves need to be more ambitious in terms of advocacy, and advocacy in the sense of engagement with certain political arms, especially where we do have now a certain sort of level of attention. We are constantly calling for ceasefires and for the ending of conflict, but perhaps we don't do as well when it comes to planning, for example, with peacekeeping missions, or the stabilization arms, the more political, harder aspects of peace. And maybe we need to also break out of our silos and be a little bit more open in terms of the dialogue, not in terms of compromising our humanitarian principles, but in terms of engaging, planning, and building that mutual understanding that is needed across the pillars. So just something to put out there.
Thank you. Anyone else would like to jump in? Doesn't seem to be the case. Then I would pose a question to Philippa. ICRC has typically this rather narrow life-saving, alleviating suffering, but you added also the dignity element mandate. But you also sort of expanded your scope. You now have a policy also engaging on education and emergencies, also sometimes providing a bit more of a sustainable approach to health sector work. So do you see a shift necessary to work in protracted crisis, which goes beyond what you already do in this rather narrow approach of the humanitarian mandate? And perhaps while you think about an answer, you can also touch a little bit upon your thinking at ICRC about some of the rather crucial factors, for example, protection of IHL, or so international humanitarian law, but also protection of civilians, which are crux of the matter with the peace element.
Thanks, Sonia. A lot of questions there. Maybe on your first set of points around an expanding mandate, education, and building more sustainable humanitarian impact. What I would say is that those are operational adaptations to operational contexts, really. I mean, this idea that a humanitarian actor only works in the short term is in a way is, I would say, a narrow perspective of a small part of what humanitarian action is, meaning, your typical life-saving relief. If you look at the work of the ICRC since its creation, the work on legal norms, behaviors of parties to conflict and so forth, do have a very, very long-term perspective. And so the adaptation in terms of those assistance programs around education and other issues really are about good programming practice in the face of contexts where people are seeking a different type of support, and also need a support that takes into account their ability to rebuild their lives, their prospects, and so forth. And so education really is a stark example of that, and we've been mindful as well to not become an education actor, but rather use our added value to promote access to education rather, and embed that aspect in all our assessments in a way. On your question on the tough issues of protection of civilians and respect for IHL, and how this all relates to the nexus. I would say first and foremost that we need to make sure that the onus and responsibility for protecting civilians stays where it should be, which is with states and parties to conflicts. One good thing that could come out of this move from the double to the triple nexus is a more robust diplomacy and political influence. And I think I think I might be the fourth person today that raises this issue. But this really is extremely important to ensure the protection of civilians, because without this, achieving peace will be harder. The OECD DAC recommendation mentions it a little bit on the side. The States of Fragility report of the OECD this year has a discussion paper on it, so it's an interesting space to watch. A second and related point, I would say, is that there's some work perhaps to be done to build a stronger awareness of the long-term consequences or dividends of protecting civilians during conflicts. It's often overlooked, but the extent to which IHL and other international norms are respected inevitably plays a role in the recovery, in the well-being of people in the long run, but also in the relationship within communities and between communities and authorities. And so this should be studied more closely, because if we have stronger evidence of long-term dividends, then it could help us build a political incentive for the protection of civilians during conflict. So perhaps a policy, a research agenda there emerging. And a third and final point, if I may, on this question of protection of civilians, has to do with making sure that protection work is fit for the chronic and systemic nature of protection concerns in protracted conflicts. So these are situations where we don't necessarily have only an attack, a series of attacks, but where protection issues permeate people's daily lives. And so it's very important that protection work, people involved in protection work equip themselves to understand what individuals and communities themselves see as risks and threats, to cope with that, and what supports some methodologies, for example, around community-based protection, which allow us to do that and also challenged us to explore other approaches to protection. And in addition, it's important also to make sure that we deepen our engagement with authorities and promote systemic solutions to protection concerns. So there's work on legal frameworks is a good example, but other types of approaches that we've put into place is to bring on staff people with different profiles, experience working with armed forces, experience working with prison administrations, that really can bring a different lens to the observations that ICRC delegates do in their visits and in their direct communication with people. So these are just some examples, but I also really look forward to the discussion with Marc Dubois this afternoon on this.
Excellent. So are we. Perhaps a final question to Martha before I call my colleague Darina, who's been monitoring the chat while we speak, to my side here. From my own research on the Triple Nexus, I always feel like this blanket approach, as Karsten put it in the previous panel, is not really feasible. But instead, perhaps a more topical collaboration could be more of a framework to enable this linking thinking. So from your work with gender-based violence and also women's empowerment, do you think that it's perhaps easier with this topical approach or mindset to link different actors, because surely gender-based violence features in all of the three sectors, in the humanitarian work, in the development work, but also in the peace-building work. Perhaps with that, over to you.
Thank you. I think in a lot of the work that we do on ending sexual and gender-based violence, we have really looked at how we can take on a multi-sectoral, multi-pronged approach, because when we talk about how do we counter it, we're looking at, first of all, yes, the root causes, mindset change. And so we're working with, religious and cultural leaders and really looking at how do we create that systemic change. But also when it comes to response, especially to cases, we're working with so many actors. So yes, we're working with humanitarian actors and we're working with development actors. We're also working with state actors. And I'll give you an example. For example, in South Sudan, we currently work in WOW, which is the second largest town in South Sudan. We've been working with UNFPA and we've set up a one-stop center. And basically what happens in this one-stop center is that survivors of sexual and gender-based violence are able to access medical services, psychosocial services, and of course, legal services, all under one roof. And we've noticed that this is something that we would like to mimic across the different countries that we work in. One, because we've realized that we cannot work in isolation. And truth, the truth is that women have been brokering peace for a very long time, especially in this context. And so once we build capacity of, these women actors, these women peace builders, then you're really trying to, to inform and positively, positively change the way the community sees peace. And we've, I think that the number of cases that we've recorded, especially during the COVID situation, we saw the numbers go up because people we've created that trust infrastructure, and they're able to, to come into the one-stop center and get these services. And so this is, it really looks like we're going back to the basics, but that really works. And just to also add on to that, local civil society organizations have that expertise. I think I saw one of the questions where they were asking, maybe I'm going off on a tangent, but one of the questions was that who carries out conflict analysis? And truth be told, these are the people that are on ground. They're the ones who bear the brunt. And so they are best suited to be able to, carry out this analysis. We've been working with local researchers, local students, and really the kind of work that they produce is amazing. And we're able to look at the different dynamics that come into play that we would normally be, blind to. So I think while we're looking at how do we build capacity of local civil society organizations to work within this, Triple Nexus approach, I think it's also important to take into consideration the gender aspect, which is very important. And also just also say that the existing peace and security paradigm has always looked at women as a homogeneous group, which, and that's where there's an issue. And so I think now, a lot of humanitarian actors and also development actors are now starting to look, move away from the othering of women and girls and really looking at how can we bring them in a way that they're able to contribute effectively. So yeah, I just wanted to say that. Thank you.
Thanks. Would anyone else of the panelists like to reflect on the issues that Philippa raised, but also Martha raised? I don't think that's the case. With that, I would like to hand over to my colleague Darina, who's been monitoring the chat. Can you tell us a little bit what's happening here?
Sure, Sonia, and thank you for the very interesting discussion. it's been followed very closely by our online audience, and we've already got some questions that I would like to introduce here. I have got 3 clusters, and let's start with the first one, which is actually showing that peace practitioners don't really know much about the working methods and way of working of humanitarian and development actors. Elke Gravert from the BIC is asking, how do the organizations that the panelists are working for actually do their conflict analysis? Which kind of experts do the analysis conduct the analysis, and what time frame do you consider when you do that, and which kind of local experts do you collaborate with? So how is actually this conflict analysis done in practice? Related to that, a question posed by Martin Menger from the Foreign Affairs Ministry in Germany. Actually, he posed it to Martina, but I think it's great to feed it back to the whole panel as well. Well, we are always asking about how humanitarian and development actors can engage in the peace leg of the Triple Nexus, but what actually about peace actors engaging in humanitarian and development work? Is there a sufficient discourse among the peace actors, how they can contribute to reducing humanitarian needs? And on how they can engage with humanitarian actors without endangering the principled nature of humanitarian action. That's the first cluster. Back to you, Sonja.
Thank you. Well, I would hand over to the panelists. I think still writing down a few of the questions, so perhaps we'll start with the first one on the context analysis, perhaps with you, Martina.
Yeah, sure. And yeah, a really important question, given that we keep highlighting how important context and conflict analysis is. I posted a couple of resources also in the chat. And we as peace builders have also been learning a lot, because of course, when we do conflict analysis as peace builders for peace building programming, it's quite different, right? We often take actually a year. We talk to thousands of people across an entire country, plus diaspora communities. And we build our peace building program that way. Of course, that is not realistic or feasible for humanitarian development actors. So we've learned actually a lot in our collaborations with different partners like FAO and others, how to do conflict analysis in a light and accessible way, but that is still meaningful. And there are a couple of kind of principles that are emerging, which is around local participation and ownership, because what we really need to engage is the local sense making of their context, which is important to actually have accurate information on what's going on and an understanding that's relevant in the context, but also to start to actually lay the foundations for programming is by engaging people and making sense of their situation and setting priorities and creating a shared understanding of the needs. And another aspect for us, or another principle that for us is really important, is to look at conflict analysis from a systems approach and a systems perspective, because very often in the past, conflict analysis has been approached in too linear of a way that does not reflect reality in these very complex contexts, with all of these interlinking different dynamics, etc. But in our view, conflict analysis doesn't have to be super complicated or cumbersome. The important thing is that it's done together with local actors in a way that is useful, that's accessible, that doesn't require a whole lot of expertise. And then the other really important bit, because what we also often see is that beautiful conflict analysis are done and then they sit on the shelf because potentially an international expert is flown in, does this largely desktop based, maybe with some consultation, and then it has no actual bearing on programming. So that's really also crucial, is that we need to get a bit away from this outsourcing. Yes, of course, expertise can be brought in if it's necessary, but it's really teams themselves that need to develop this understanding so that they can then integrate it into programming, and that this bridge is deliberately built into the process of conflict analysis to how should this affect our programming? How does this lead to adaptations in what we do, and especially how we do it? That's really another crucial element. And yeah, like I said, I popped a few resources from FAO side in the chat, which I think are really illustrative of how these approaches can be fit for purpose in multi-mandated agencies.
Mm-hmm. Thanks so much, Martina. Anyone else would like to add on that?
Sonia, I may add on this, if I may.
Sure.
Sorry, I can't seem to find the hand button, so I'll just interject. No, I just wanted to pick up on the point that Martina made now about the fact that the importance of embedding conflict analysis in practices, and I think looking at the ICRC's approach, it is very much something that is organically built into the many contact and discussions that we have with communities, because the way we operate is a model where we're in direct access and direct contact with the people that we're working with, and so it really is part of a conversation that happens at multiple points during the, let's say, project cycle. So it's not that you would have a phase with a conflict analysis and then it goes into something else. It's much more organic. Obviously, there are moments in the year where there's more of an analytical phase because we're planning for next year, but it's very much something that's embedded throughout the activities because we have this model of direct work with affected communities. I think where organizations work with implementing actors, implementing partners, local partners, for example, that might, I think, reconfigure a little bit the dynamic, but for us, that direct contact does allow us to have an organic approach. The other point just I wanted to make was that it's also helpful to look into understanding the drivers of behaviors in the communities, obviously, but also in among parties to conflict and arms bearers, if you will. And we've developed quite an interesting methodology to understand that what makes a soldier act in certain ways versus in other ways, and how can we use that knowledge to better promote, in a way, the protection of civilians.
Thanks so much. Rebecca, you also raised your hand. I think we hear you, but no.
Sorry, I think that works now.
Yes, it does.
Okay, great. Just to add a little bit to what Philippa and Martina were saying, and in our experience, engaging with experts who know the country context and really understand the dynamics of the country, because our WFP has a system where our leadership rotates. So you can go into a country for 3 to 4 years and then you move on. So having a real core understanding of varying conflict dynamics is critical to building the analysis, but also ensuring that it has that programmatic lens. And that's not so easy, actually. It's easy to find experts who know the country. It's difficult to find a level of conflict analysis where the organization can take it and understand what it needs to change at a programmatic level. That's what we've found. And so in our most recent experience, we've tried to change the methodology around that and ensuring that those staff of an external organization that we perhaps asked to come in and help us build that analysis are embedded in WFP assessment teams, so they get to understand what it means to deliver a food security program and the dynamics around it, so that the programmatic recommendations that shall fall from an analysis are really, really useful. So I think we're still learning as we're going, but initial lessons learned are quite interesting.
Thanks so much. With that, I would like to hand back to Darina for the second complex of questions.
Sure, thank you, Sonia. Well, the second complex that I would like to introduce to you as a panel is on operationalization and measurement. A question originally posed to Philippa, but I think interesting for the whole panel, is actually how can we operationalize social cohesion? Because regarding the indicators for social cohesion, this is difficult to put in practice very often for many humanitarian and development organizations. So what does the quantification of something as generic as social cohesion can tell us actually about the reality in the given context? Is there any approaches that you can share with us and that you'd like to present here? And related to that, Palang to Sam also asks, is there actually any peace minimum standards for humanitarian assistance? So again, it's about operationalization and standards and how to put that in practice. Do we have anything that we can orient ourselves on? And finally, Rochelle Eileen asks, or actually she wanted to comment that indeed data has been a great weakness regarding protection and linking it with the political buy-in from the government side. So how can we deal with this in order to have a more adaptive response and strategies? So this is the second cluster. I would like to hand over to you, Sonja.
Thank you, Darina. So perhaps we'll compose the first two questions in one, or perhaps not. Let's start with Philippa and the quantification of social cohesion.
Yes, it's an excellent question, and I think we have also still a lot to learn and refine the methodology to make sure that we're really capturing social cohesion or social ties that are have changed over time. And that may have been in a certain way if, some time ago and have changed over time. So I think issues like the extent to which there is collaborative approaches in or collective assets, for example, that are shared by the community, the extent to which there is a diversity in who is involved in decision making at the community level. I mean, these are the sort of the things that we would be looking at. But I think it's true that a lot of it needs to be followed up on a regular basis because the situation is very fluid. What I would say, though, on the question of measurement, and without being over technical about all of this, is the extent to which maybe when it comes to social cohesion or other peace-related activities, humanitarian actors can be measuring impact really, as opposed to outcomes in a certain moment in time. And the extent to which maybe the expectation for humanitarian actors would be an expectation of effort as opposed to an expectation of result, just because it is looking at how we can do better through our humanitarian interventions, but knowing that they have an objective that may be slightly different in scale and nature than achieving peace more broadly.
Thank you. Perhaps Martha or Martina, would you like to take the question on the peace minimum standards?
Happy for Marta to come in and.
All right. In terms of peace minimum standards, I don't know if I can ably speak to this without considering the gender lens. I think in terms of what we in the within the women's rights movement and world are looking at are, for example, we have this UN Security Resolution 1325, and really we've tried to, there's what they call the national action plans that have been spelled out and that hold governments accountable. But I think also civil society organizations and some humanitarian actors are using some of these national action plans to be able to create these standards through which we can, work and operate in. But I think where the issue is accountability, and how are we contributing to these reporting mechanisms, and so this is an ongoing conversation. I think right now we're celebrating 20 years of this resolution, and right now when we monitor how far we've gone, it's not very far. And so yes, we're talking about minimum standards, but what does that look like for each of us within our different jurisdictions? So again, this is an ongoing conversation. Yeah.
Thank you.
I think, Sonia, I think we've discussed this earlier, right? That a minimum standard really is do no harm and conflict sensitivity. And that has to be the basis, and we do have to self-critically assess and recognize that even with those approaches and methods being around for more than 20 years by now, it's not something we can consider accomplished everywhere and in the way that they should be. So there's still work to do on that, and ideally use that as a starting point to reflect on that further step. The more active and deliberate contribution to peace.
Thank you. If no one wants to speak up, I think we should get to a closing with this panel to all get lunch and have a break. What I learned today was, again, what my colleague Andrea already mentioned in the first panel on the practice, the importance of knowing your contexts and the importance of having analysis that are accessible and also digestible to the programs and work that each actor does. I think the importance of staff profiles have not been mentioned that much, but I think it's also quite relevant. Do we hire new staff to look into those aspects of conflict sensitivity and do no harm that are trained in that regard to help us be aware of the factors that are crucial for that? I think another key challenge is that we don't really have a governance body that is championing this debate within the humanitarian sector, which also leads to this diverse interpretation of the peace element from sort of relabeling already existing strategies to organizations taking a more comprehensive approach to conflict transformation and peace building. And we also mentioned outspoken advocacy as a tool to also address this peace pillar without necessarily changing our approaches and our programs. With that, I would like to give all panelists the floor for a closing statement, like 1 or 2 sentences before we wrap up. Perhaps we'll do the same order in the beginning. Martina, would you do us the honor and start?
I was fearing that. So connecting my thoughts. I think I think there's a lot of agreement, and whenever we come together for these conversations with humanitarian development and peace actors, yes, there are still some differences. There are hesitations and reservations, particularly around the humanitarian principles when it comes to interface with stabilization actors. But we do have a lot of common ground, and we do have policies and commitments in place. We have the OECD DAC recommendation on the Nexus. We have the Interagency Standing Committee now releasing a paper on the P in the Nexus. We have sustaining peace. We have the commitment to ending need. Like, we have everything that is calling on us to work differently. And a lot of efforts have been made to go in this direction. And so I just want to also avoid that we go in circles in these discussions, because we have agreement, we have the policies in place, and it really comes down to making it operational. And I think it was really great that a lot of examples and practices in that regard were shared on the panel on how that has been done in different agencies, how it is being done. And I guess maybe I'll pick up on a point that you mentioned, which we really discussed less, is what's the organizational change aspect? What do we need to change in recruitment, in procurement, in staff performance management, etc., because it really is also about ultimately shifting in these incentives and shifting what, at the end of the day, individuals and organizations, of course, are called upon to do, what they are rewarded for, what they get funding for, what requirements and obligations are incumbent upon them by donors, etc. So I think that is something that we keep discussing much less in these kinds of discussions, but which is really not to be overlooked. Like, we tend to focus on the programmatic and the tools for conflict analysis. Those are all important, but they in and of themselves are probably not going to cut it.
Mm-hmm. Thank you, Martina. With that, I'd like to hand over to Martha for any final words.
Thank you, Sonia. I just want to piggyback on what Martina said. I think it's really...
Oh, perhaps we have...
Looking, we need to... Can you hear me? Hello?
You're a bit fragmented, but it seems to be working fine now, so we'll start again.
Okay, I'll just do it quickly because the internet is a bit weak right now. So I just wanted to say that I think we need to really prioritize cohesion in everything that we're doing, but also whilst we're capitalizing on what each of us brings, you know, like on a comparative advantage, we also must consider, you know, the principles of inclusivity, diversity, but also really look at issues through an intersectional lens, but also exchanging knowledge as much as possible, because you know, in policy, this approach looks great. In practice, it could be different, but I think there's ways in which we can visibly, or ways in which we can work together to, you know, close these gaps and the loopholes. Thank you, Sonia.
Thanks so much. With that, I'll hand over to Rebecca for final words or final statement.
I was waiting for the host to unmute me. Thank you. I can't help but echo my fellow panelists, but just want to mention also that, you know, we've had Security Council Resolution 2417, which was groundbreaking for WFP in terms of hunger and conflict. So I do have to say, along with Martina, that all the normative standards are pretty strong. But the OECD DAC recommendation that came into play was a huge step forward. And most of the membership of the DAC are very much part of WFP's own membership in terms of our board. And so it leads me to my sort of final point, that it's really about having a whole of society approach. So when we talk about breaking down cycles and making things practical, it has to stretch across right down to the local level. And I think that needs to be a real mentality change from everybody, including ourselves. We pride ourselves on being dual mandated. So the peace area is something new and thoughtful, but now is the opportunity to have a greater risk appetite while still respecting our principles and respecting our different parts, but really based on comparative advantage. I think this is, we have an opportunity to change things. So I think it's exciting.
Thank you so much, Rebecca. With that, I'd like to hand over to Philippa. All well with the peace pillar, or is your take a bit more concerned or a bit more cautious, so to say?
Thanks, Sonia. No, I think I would agree with Martina that there's a lot of common ground. I would also agree with the need to look sideways, learn to improve the impact of our action, and to also be acutely aware of the footprint that we leave behind. I think a lot of these tensions could be in a way overcome if we have an approach to the nexus that is not about joining up processes and frameworks, but really about exploring a much broader range of interaction, which doesn't necessarily mean doing things together, but that may also mean influencing each other as well. A last point I would say on hard peace versus soft peace. I think there's a zone of comfort, perhaps, around soft peace. So everything that has to do with community-based dynamics that are difficult to analyze and to follow, but who I think it builds a better zone of comfort for humanitarian actors. But I would say the hard piece needs to be part of the discussion. I think a lot of the situation that people in these conflict zones are in don't necessarily rely only on interventions in terms of how they deal with conflicts on a day-to-day basis. I think there is value in stepping up political engagement to find political solutions with the actors involved in hard peace, and so that should remain part of the discussion, even if it's outside of the comfort zone for some.
Thank you, Philippa. I echo your statement. I think this is really a crucial debate which still needs to be continued. Also, the bureaucratic streamlining and how we make sure that we interlink but not leave or forget about our modus operandi is, I think, really crucial for continuing the discussion. Just wanted to mention one point, what Martina said about the organizational change and the importance to look at those aspects as well. We will have a session tomorrow afternoon, which looks at how multi-mandated organizations grapple with the Triple Nexus, and a lot of the internal, intra-organizational things will feature in that discussion. With that, I would like to very sincerely thank all four panelists. I hope the online audience is giving you a thunderous applause wherever they are in front of their computers. I would also like to thank the online audience for staying tuned and engaging in the lively discussion which Darina put forward. I would also like to thank the team behind the scenes, and the cameras, which is not seen. We will now have a break for 1.5 hours and will resume at 3 p.m. European time for the spotlight sessions on protection, civil-military coordination, and German funding instruments. With that, stretch your legs, get some lunch, take a walk, and we'll resume in 90 minutes. Thank you.
Hello, everyone. Welcome back to our conference, the Triple Nexus in Practice. I'm very delighted to now introduce to you the so-called spotlight sessions, a format that is very dear to us. In the discussion on the Triple Nexus, there are certain aspects that always come into play and are never really thoroughly discussed. This is why we came up with this specific format, the so-called spotlight sessions, that I'm going to briefly introduce to you. We will first start with a session on protection issues that Florian Westphal is going to facilitate in conversation with Marc Dubois. After that, we will focus on civil-military coordination, a session that I myself will facilitate with Mena Abraha from ACF Spain. And we will finally close with a session on German donor instruments facilitated by Julia Steetz of GPPI, and she's going to talk with Rüdiger Schöch from Plan International. I would now like to introduce Florian Westphal to the stage, and he's going to take over from here.
Thank you very much, Andrea. Thank you. And before I start and introduce myself and Mark a little bit more, just a few housekeeping rules, because even on Zoom we have housekeeping rules. So please, everyone, do turn off your camera and your microphone. And please, everyone, post your questions in the chat function. So towards the end of the spotlight session, we'll have a moment, quite a long moment, actually, to really focus on some of these questions. So we're really looking forward to that. And then if you have any sort of technical problems, you need some troubleshooting, please write a private message in Zoom to the user CHA Technical Support. That's C-H-A Technical Support. So my name is Florian Westphal. I'm currently working for the Global Public Policy Institute here in Berlin on a project which deals with protection, and specifically the impact of protection activities and how these activities are being seen and considered and perceived by armed actors. And we'll be looking in particular at Iraq for that part of the study. I'm also a former general director of MSF Germany, so Doctors Without Borders here in Germany, and previously worked for the ICRC, the International Committee of the Red Cross. And I'm really pleased to sort of welcome from Berlin to London, you know, sitting there at his home office. I know he'd love to be here in Kreuzberg with us. Marc Dubois, who is an independent humanitarian analyst and consultant based in London. He's also a senior fellow in the Department of Development at SOAS, the School of Oriental and African Studies, University of London. And you have hopefully already read his contribution to the CHAR blog recently, where he talks about the Nexus. And it really illustrates the focus of his work, I think, which is quite a critical examination of humanitarian policy and practice, and in particular of what Marx sees as the very siloed way in which humanitarians tend to see the world, and in particular tend to see those communities that they say they're working for. Prior to becoming independent, Mark actually also spent quite a bit of time with MSF, most recently as the executive director of MSF, Doctors Without Borders, in the UK. Please do check him out on his website, humanicontrarian.com, and also on Twitter, where he's a lively contributor. So Mark, I just want to take you back a little bit to get us started to the article you wrote for the CHAR blog. And one thing I really enjoyed and found intriguing and interesting is that basically you called on humanitarians to engage in something you called nexus thinking. And I think you really made a lot of that notion of nexus thinking. Now, in general, but maybe if you can already a little bit referring also to protection in particular, so to work that aims to enhance the protection of civilians at war, or civilians who may be discriminated against or marginalized. What could nexus thinking look like, and what's going on wrong now?
Well, good afternoon, everyone, and good morning or good evening if you're somewhere else in the world. And thank you very much to CHA for this opportunity. I've been wanting to talk about, I've been really wanting to take these very ideas like nexus thinking and apply it to humanitarian protection. In my earlier years, before I was general director here in the UK for MSF, I was working in humanitarian protection. So just basically, maybe to recap very simply, what I looked at when I started thinking about the triple nexus is that first, look, the problem is not the linkages between the silos. I think more linkages between the silos would be a good thing, but I don't think that's not solving the problem. The problem is the silos themselves, because reality isn't siloed. And we heard that this morning from a number of the participants in the first panel, that look, the needs on the ground are intermingled, and we come and apply these sort of siloed tunnels of vision in a way in which the aid we deliver, but I also think in a way in which we think about the needs and the solutions to those needs. A second thing I really think is that it's through Nexus thinking that we can really imagine a different way of operationalizing the principle of humanity, and one that pays much more attention to, in humanitarian circles, to human dignity. And I think that's where you start to get very close to protection, because in some ways, a very broad definition of humanitarian protection might be, taking aim, calling attention, paying attention to, sort of harmful exercise of power that denigrates human dignity. That's violence, discrimination, and other forms of dignity stripping sort of behavior. And what does that mean? And how do we try and protect people in that situation? And Nexus thinking, I think, is simply that if you're inside the humanitarian sector, and you and I were both really deep inside it in MSF, you really don't see the world very clearly. I mean, this morning I was really impressed with just how clearly the call was for context analysis, right? And what you realize is that if you're inside the humanitarian sector, you're not, it's almost like malpractice in context analysis, because you're seeing it through such a narrow lens, in particular when you're looking at conflict. And so just, I look at Nexus thinking not as a new way of thinking, but a less artificial way of thinking and a less inaccurate way of thinking that maybe gets us to, imagining what humanitarian protection would look like through a peace lens, or a conflict resolution lens, or something like that, and through a development lens. And I think in both of those areas, you're talking, I think at the first place you're talking about the power of humanitarians. That's where I would look first with those kinds of lenses, because we are a powerful actor in these societies that has an impact on people's dignity, and we tend to dismiss that when we look at our actions through a very short-term humanitarian lens.
Okay, thanks. Let's break that up a little bit and go one step a little bit deeper. And what struck me is when we chatted last week to prepare for this session, we noticed actually that both of us, having been active in the humanitarian sphere for probably longer than you'd care to admit to, actually know very little, for example, about peace building. We know very little about efforts, especially at the community level, in the very same countries and societies that we've been dealing with. What happens in that respect? So these kinds of blind spots that humanitarians have maybe give us a bit more of an idea of where they could be regarding protection, and also maybe where humanitarians should be looking in the other two pillars of the Nexus.
Yeah, no, I couldn't agree more, Florian. I mean, although the word blind spot's a funny one for me here. I thought about it, and I thought, because think of what a blind spot is. You're driving down a road, and a blind spot is that little space right in back of your car, right? And you're still right there, and you can't quite see it in your rearview mirrors. And it's a very generous term to apply to what really is, actually, we're driving with our eyes closed right down a road with a lot of people, because we are humanitarians, and I'm particularly thinking about working in protracted crisis situations caused by conflict, are a major pillar of what's going on in that area. The amount of aid, if you think of a place like Eastern Congo and South Sudan and those kinds of contexts where we are a very, very important part of the entire context, and we rarely even see ourselves as part of that context. And it's very clear just from listening to Martina and Felipe and Marta from South Sudan, just listening to them this morning about how much we miss in terms of our understanding of peace and conflict, right? And just that idea of, well, what does it look like through a big P versus a little p lens for peace? And I think that's where you really start to worry that we're driving a pretty big bus through, and we've got blind spots in front of us. And in other words, blind to the harm we might be causing when for instance, I think often we would just oversimplifying in humanitarian aid. Look at, we want to make sure our aid doesn't, in a very direct way, help one party over another, right? We want to avoid that the aid we deliver doesn't contribute to the conflict dynamics, but it's a very superficial level that's really applied only at that level of geopolitical conflicts, big P. But what would it mean if we started thinking about it at a much smaller level? And I think that's quite problematic. And I think the development lens is a similar lens. Development is about empowerment. And I think when you look at humanitarian action through a very short-term lens, I think what you're looking at is the fact that the power of dealing with immediate needs trumps the underlying and long-term needs and aspirations of people for livelihoods and development and peace and stability. And that makes sense in 3 months, 6 months, 1 year of an emergency. But how does it make sense over 20 years? Right? That continual or perpetual triumph of the urgent over the important, of the immediate, reaching immediate needs and addressing immediate needs over what are the declared aspirations of people for development and stability and livelihoods and jobs and employment, and not to be dependent and things like that. And I think that's where you start unpacking a little bit, these blind spots, because it's a very serious blind spot if we analyze, for instance, the impact of humanitarian action through the short-term lens in which it's designed to have its impact.
But let's sort of try and apply this a little bit to the more concrete scenario. You mentioned South Sudan. You mentioned Democratic Republic of the Congo, and I want to add, that for me, my impression is very often, I think that typically the description that is given of a context where humanitarian protection happens is exactly that of a situation where there's no real development happening, there's no real prospect of development happening either, and peace, as desirable as it is, and as much as everyone wants it, is a dream sort of far off on the horizon. So at the end of the day, though, what alternatives are there to actually prioritizing the urgent over the important and the short term over the long term?
Yeah, no, I think you've given a great example of how the power of our narrative to define that context. And I think the first place I would go if I were working in humanitarian protection is to look at the narrative. And in particular, I'm thinking, it's a very reductionist approach to humanitarian protection, but that standing up in the world and pointing your finger at certain places in the world and certain governments and actors and saying, you guys are bad. Right? And it typically is guys, so I'll be a bit sexist there. You guys are bad. And that's a pretty incredible act of power. And in particular, the way in which it reinforces and becomes part of a very biased, one could even say, racialized version of world events, a narrative that is, there are countries that are like this. They're just violent ethnic strife. And it is the damage done. And the damage done to development by that narrative that would be, for me, the first place to look if I started to think, how do I protect people from humanitarian protection, right? From humanitarian action more globally, but then humanitarian protection. Because one of the other key messages this morning in that first panel wasn't just, you have to get your context analysis right. And running blind isn't a very good way to do that. And second, you have to get your own house in order. And you have to get your own house in order before, I think in humanitarian protection, before you start pointing your finger at other people's houses. And I think that's where development thinking and the lens of development also comes in, because development is essentially about empowerment. And it's empowerment of people in crisis, or people in poverty and destitution and structural problems, where you would empower them against the forces having power over their lives. And I would think that development work would be very welcome if it empowered people. I don't want to say the word against humanitarian action, but against those bad aspects of humanitarian action, right? Where what you're looking at is the way in which we don't have accountability to people. We haven't really talked to them about their needs and worked together with them on their needs, so that the way in which over time it becomes disempowering.
let me stick with that theme of empowerment, but maybe just move it a little bit again towards this sort of protection idea and this notion of really being able to influence the behavior of armed actors, whether that's state armies, international military forces, or any kind of rebel or militia group. What's the role and what's the potential of actually both the affected communities, obviously, and of also local actors when it comes to trying to actually design and implement those kind of protection activities? I mean, in the literature, and I've just started reading a little bit of academic stuff about protection, that is one of the most frequent criticism that is made of humanitarian, but also other protection actors, is that they systematically tend to undervalue, underanalyze, and simply not take seriously enough those two actors, the affected communities themselves, obviously, and the local organizations that are closest to them.
Yeah, I mean, I think you use the term undervalue and underanalyze, and I think that's right. Often for a simple lack of contact, right? Again, if you're operating within the silo of a major international agency, one of the criticisms has been over decades now the lack of interaction, the lack of that dialogue. I think a second aspect to that, though, is not simply to undervalue, but simply that the humanitarian construct involves, the idea that people are helpless, right? It is essentially this is our how we fundraise. We have to save people because they are helpless. We have to intervene. This extraordinary act of going across an ocean to intervene because people are helpless. And I think that whether we articulate that or not, it undermines exactly the kind of conversation you would think you would want to have. A second is, if you look outside of our circle, for instance, if you look at nonviolent peace activists, they talk about people power. They don't talk about, international finger pointing power. They talk about people power and what it really means. And to if you look at, for instance, even recent events that we would remember, for instance, the fall of the Mubarak regime, that was people power. And those are the kinds of people that international agencies feel, no, we need to stand up and we need to act. And I think the second part of this equation is we need, I think, as a sector to understand that we occupy a space, right? We have enormous and what it has been well-built access, well-developed access to the halls of power, the places where you can have influence. We are sitting at the table. We are occupying chairs, and we have very well-resourced communications departments to put out our message. But all of that occupies a space into which the message of those actors might come. So that when you think about, in a stereotypical, and I think a wrongly stereotypical fashion about local NGOs and their abilities, I think what you would say is, well, they don't really have the ability to influence things on the international level the way we do. And well, that's probably true today, but it's true because we have occupied that space, and we occupy it very aggressively because that's our business, that's our livelihood, and that's what we want to do. But I wonder, at another level, especially when you start thinking about working in a context, living in a context, and being connected to that context, how the advantages and the opportunities that are there, if only there was a space in which that weren't so powerfully occupied by the humanitarian sector. I think I'd stop there.
So we're going to get Darina over here in a moment, who's got some questions from the chat. But I just want to ask you one more quick question while she's getting ready to bring that here, which is really, and picking up the last thing you said, not because I particularly believe in it, but just to be the devil's advocate a little bit, because I suppose that's a bit my role. Devil's advocate. That's a bit my role. So how feasible, though, is it in concrete terms to expect a local NGO, say in Eastern Congo, to confront the Mai Mai sort of traditional militia group that controls its territories with concrete accusations of sexual violence being committed against the women in these communities? I mean, is that beyond the fact that that's how the role of local actors should be, but is that a feasible sort of proposition? Under what circumstances is that feasible?
Yeah, I don't know the answer to that. I think two things come to mind though. One is, it's a good question, but maybe it's the wrong question. I mean, you know, built into that question is a very Western-based understanding of what protection means. It means to go and confront people in a way that is calling for an end to impunity and for justice processes to take place and things like that. And, you know, there are other models to arriving at justice, even things like restorative justice, and that aren't so based in what I would call, and I think this is where the conflict resolution lens comes in. A lot of what I used to do in the reports I used to write, you could say they were exercises in othering, in pointing a finger and creating a division and a divisiveness, not contributing to bringing communities together and resolving conflict, but actually to drawing a line right in the middle of it and creating divisiveness and pushing and creating sides. Them, they're bad, they're evil, and I'm not trying to say that what the My does is somehow acceptable, right? But I think there's a way in which there are other approaches, and I would think that civil society actors, I would look to Lucha, a really interesting civil society actor in the Democratic Republic of Congo, and think and ask that question to them, because I think they can do a lot. For one, if we'd get out of the way, and for two, because they're looking to communicate in a different way than the way we communicate. We're communicating for our audiences, and I don't think that confronting the My with their actions would necessarily be the way that a local actor would do it, and I think that's probably a good thing.
Okay, thanks, Mark. So talking about audiences, as you just mentioned them, we have an audience this afternoon, obviously, and I hope that audience has been sending us their questions through the chat. So Darina, what do we have?
Thank you very much. And yes, we did have a very lively audience, also online. It was a pleasure listening to the two of you, but I'd like to introduce two questions in a row, if I may, to make it easier for you to prioritize and to make the best of the time we have. So the first question, set of questions I would like to introduce is about the humanitarian principles. We've been talking about that today in the morning as well. A user called Felix refers back to one of the graphs that we were showing today in the morning, actually, where we showed that 63% of the humanitarian actors are actually seeing the risk that the Triple Nexus compromises the humanitarian principles. So with this in mind, how can the humanitarian principles be maintained with the Triple Nexus? Andrew asks Mark, are there actually inherent contradictions between activities facilitating peace and the humanitarian principles designed to allow actors to work in conflict? So this is the first set, and the second set is around power issues. A question posed by Tem Rizekan. I hope I pronounced that correctly. Apologies for any pronunciation mistakes. So he is asking, or that person is asking, do you think the Nexus thinking may be also manipulated by global humanitarian agencies to continue to assert their power over human conflict? So a bit of a provocative question, and with that, I'd hand back over to you.
Thank you very much. And I think, those are two nice, big, juicy ones. But Mark, I'll let you go first, maybe on the things related to the humanitarian principles, and maybe give it a go. I think it should be possible to relate the two.
Yep.
Actually.
Yes. Yes. No. I mean, I do think that at a certain level, especially if you start thinking about the nexus in terms of coordinated action, a joining up of forces, for instance, in a place like Mali, a joining up of peacekeeping, development, and humanitarian action. I do believe that there's a contradiction in certain contexts that would be at the level of the you might say the technical application of humanitarian action. Just what are humanitarians doing, and in a certain location, it could be very difficult for your access. For instance, if people don't view you as neutral and independent, for instance, in a given context. So I think Andrew's right to assert that. I think the problem is maybe a bit too much of a knee-jerk reaction from humanitarians that only assert that, and not understanding that there is a harm in doing that, right? And there's a harm in humanitarian action that continues for year after year after year and then decade after decade without really venturing outside of that kind of a, well, there's a contradiction, we can't do it. And I think that goes back to that survey, the question, 63% of actors see a risk to caused by the triple nexus on the humanitarian principles. And I think that's fascinating because the problem with that is the blind spot. The blind spot is that there is a risk to the humanitarian principles of humanitarian action. That's the problem. The problem is the impact of humanitarian action on dignity, on human dignity. In other words, on the principle of humanity that is the top principle, the purpose of humanitarian action. And so I do think that, of course, the sector needs to be mindful of the way in which it impacts upon neutrality and independence, that it might be getting tangled up. And again, remember, I'm not talking about doing development or doing peace for humanitarians. I'm talking about thinking through a different lens and interacting with people, cross-pollinating our conversations and analysis of a situation to the point where we're not so siloed. But the point at the center of that, though, is that we need to do something about the fact that humanity, which is a substantive ethical principle, not a means to an end. Neutrality and independence are a means to humanity. And so if we have to compromise neutrality and independence in order to improve our humanity, I'd say that's not a bad thing. At least it's a thing we should be deliberating rather than simply dismissing. And it's because of the blind spot, we just assume our humanity. Oh, we're good. We're delivering aid to people. Therefore, we are achieving that goal in terms of humanity and not understanding. Marta Takuhuira, and I'm sorry, Marta, I'm sure I've just mispronounced your name, but talked about dependency syndrome and what does that do to your human dignity to receive just to get a handout for 20 years. And we have to confront those things because we are giving that handout. And we can't just blame it on the context and nobody else is there, the usual way of blaming it on others.
Okay, we're on the home straight. Thanks very much.
Okay.
I just want to add to that as well that I think that for many humanitarians, especially the view of neutrality and independence is far too dogmatic. Humanitarians, especially those active in situations of war and armed conflict, compromise on these principles all the time, very often for access, sometimes for other reasons too. It's not always made very explicit that that's the case. So before we wrap up, just 1 minute, Mark, on this thing. I like that other question about are the humanitarians sort of manipulating the triple nexus to stay safe? That's my own addition now to the question.
I think it would be impossible to believe they are not manipulating it, right? These are controlled narratives, and the way in which humanitarian action maintains such a high level of power and legitimacy has a lot to do with its manipulation and control of the narrative. And it takes a lot of power to do that. And it is the way in which the power of that sector, which is largely, and I'm thinking about the formal Western-based, Western-funded sector, which is only one part of it, but it's a powerful part of it. It is, a very strange bedfellow for some, but it is, sorry about that. It is a bedfellow with, the soft power of the sort of Western hegemonic thinking, if I were sitting around in SOAS and having that debate.
So you have roughly 1 minute to tell us one thing you really want to tell us, which I haven't asked you for yet, and then I have to wrap it up. And if you could combine that with a sort of notion of a way forward, whatever, it was a recommendation or something we ought to think about and pay more attention to.
Well, I wish I could do that in 1 minute. Read the paper. No, look, I
read
think,
the paper's fine. I think I agree with you.
I think in some ways the whole idea comes back to if you break out of your silo and start really having other people inside your organizations as humanitarians, and you're inside their organizations, and you realize, wait a second, what we are doing delivered a lot of good in the world, and that's great, but that's not all it's doing. And to understand that it's doing some things that have negative consequences, and they can be mitigated if you're aware of them and saw them. And you know what, if they can't be, maybe they can't be mitigated, then you can make deliberate choices, but they should be deliberate. And third, and most importantly, humility. Because what the humanitarian sector needs more than anything else is to get off its own planet, out of its silo, and learn some humility. And I think it helps if you interact with others, let alone listening to people in the countries where we work, listening to local NGOs and others. All of that can help humility. And the last thing I'll say is, you know, we always ask about local NGOs. They've been doing the triple nexus. They are the triple nexus, if not the quadruple and quintuple nexus, right? And we are going down as humanitarians and trying to capacity build them into a silo. And I think that's the last thing I will say. That sounds like a good place to end. Stop reproducing the siloed, you know, unworkable, you know, sort of sector in the rest of the world through an exercise of power that is not that is completely based on an asymmetric power dynamic.
Thank you very much, Mark. There's nothing much I want to add. I think it's really exciting to hear about your different perspective on the Nexus, which is not about structural arrangements between different coordinating bodies, but which is genuinely about a new way of thinking, breaking the boundaries between us. And with that, yeah, thanks very much for me too. And I hand you back to Andrea.
Thank you, Florian, and thank you, Mark, for the very interesting discussion. We will resume in about 1 minute to continue our session with a hands-on talk on civil-military coordination under Triple Nexus conditions with Mena Sigrid Abraha from ACF. See you in a minute. Hello, everyone. Welcome back to our spotlight session on civil-military cooperation and coordination. I would like to just repeat 1 or 2 things on the chat. Please use the chat vividly. My colleague Darina will monitor it and come back to the stage by the end of the session. Mute your microphones and your cameras, and if there are any technical issues, please don't hesitate to write a message to the user char technical support. So I'm very, very happy to have the great opportunity to engage with Mena Sigrid Abraha for the 2nd time in what about, I think, 2 months, and also to be able to engage with her on the very important topic of civil-military coordination. It's one of the aspects that is continuously thrown into the ring in discussing the Triple Nexus, but its intimate relationship to Triple Nexus programming is seldomly discussed, I would say. Even our own CHAR survey on the Triple Nexus shows quite interesting results with regards to questions of civil-military coordination. 2/3 of the respondents evaluate the extent to which the Triple Nexus blends concepts of peace with security, counterterrorism, and stabilization, and the respective actors as likely or very likely. This is like more than 60%. At the same time, roughly the same percentage of people report that so far the Triple Nexus activities of their organizations did not lead to a reassessment concerning guidelines of civil-military cooperation. So let's put these two things together, and I think it's quite obvious why we have to talk about this. To discuss this further, as I said, I'm tremendously happy to welcome Mena Seged Abraha. I will briefly introduce her to the audience. Mena is Head of Advocacy with Action Against Hunger Spain since the year 2014. During the last few years, she has focused intensely, especially on the West African region and some thematic dossiers such as the Triple Nexus. She has over 12 years of experience in human rights and international humanitarian aid, and in international and national organizations such as Amnesty International, the International Organization for Migration, or the United Nations Office of the High Commissioner of Human Rights, as well as with national civil society organizations, especially in Ethiopia. She has a background in law and an LLM in human rights, conflicts and justice from the School of Oriental and African Studies that Marc Dubois is affiliated to as well, so there's another link to this, at the University of London. Mena, a warm welcome. So let's start the discussion with a short input from your side. Why are new perspectives on civil-military cooperation and coordination necessary from your point of view?
Thank you. Thank you very much, Andrea, for having me, and especially on this very interesting and very timely topic. Why do we, a new perspective on civil military coordination, why is it necessary? For me, I think that we need to look at the challenges that we have on the ground in terms of the increased vulnerability and the increased volatility we see in the Sahel. That's the region where I focus. And at the same time, the global trend that we are seeing on Triple Nexus that has garnered a lot of attention and momentum, and this and some controversy. And this session is and this conference of today's, I think, is testament to this importance that it's gaining. Yet somehow on the ground, we are seeing that it's being translated into mostly, with a security first approach. So I think tackling civil military coordination is really central to understanding also what are those limits that we have, and in connection with the challenges that we have. So in terms of what I was saying, in terms of increased volatility, I'll talk about very quickly in the Sahel. It's a region marked by high levels of insecurity towards civilians, humanitarians, and humanitarian personnel and assets. The deterioration of the security context is from 2017 to this year in Mali, Burkina Faso, and Niger, the incidents have quadrupled. And at the same time, we have another worrying trend, which is this expansion and intensification of violence is also accompanied by a multiplicity of actors. We have MINUSMA, the UN stabilization mission. We have the French Operation Barkhane. We have the EU training mission in Mali. We have the EU capacity building missions, the French-led Takuba task force, the G5 Sahel joint forces, the non-state armed groups, and of course the national armed groups. So a multiplicity of actors that we are working with, or that we should be working with. And yet on the ground, we see that this chronic poverty in the region, the levels of the effects of climate change, COVID-19 pandemic are all accelerating the deterioration of humanitarian needs in the region. At this time, 13.4 million people in these three countries need assistance. 1 in 5 people. That is a growing need in the region. That is also evident when we see the figures of displacement. Displacement in the region has risen to really very, very high levels. In Burkina Faso, in 2018, we had 70,000 IDPs, internally displaced persons, and this year we're counting 1 million. And this leads to not only disrupting livelihoods, farming, etc., but it also creates tensions with local communities and can also pressure already limited access to basic services. So the linkages between insecurity, conflict, and the worsening humanitarian context and the shrinking access that there is to basic services is evident. Yet the stabilization and counterterrorism agendas are setting the tone in this region, and the humanitarian space is shrinking. People's access to aid, but also to basic services, is is affected. So re-evaluating and improving civil-military coordination is really key.
Thank you, Anna, for paving the way for our discussion. You have mentioned the multiplicity of actors in the Sahel. What are the concrete challenges connected to successful and effective civil-military coordination in this specific region for an organization like the organization you're working for, RCF?
I mean, in terms of, there are many challenges, but I think in terms of the effective humanitarian civil-military coordination, I think the first one is the lack of quality dialogue with the military actors. To some extent, the relevance of information that we are sharing to ensure that those civil-military coordination meetings are not just security briefings, but actually discuss relevant issues, sharing the same criteria for decision-making, even for discussion, coordination with authorities, the adequate participation of humanitarians and military representatives. In some contexts, for example, in Niger, from the militaries, we only have the Nigerian forces participating, whereas we know that other international forces are engaged in military operations in the region. The level of, the rank of people that participate is very important because that ensures, that whether we can actually engage in dialogue and decision-making on the spot and troubleshoot problems as they arise and not having to resort back to superiors. So I think the quality of civil-military dialogue really is an issue, whereas on the other hand, probably there is lack of understanding of probably what I would call, like, in general, like, I think IHL, humanitarian principles, but also SIMCARD guidelines, and having at least a common understanding of those basics lack, and that is reflected in the discussions on these mechanisms. The imposition of armed escorts is a big challenge. This is a question that resurfaces continuously. Now we are in this dialogue again in Niger because it was imposed a month ago, and there's high-level dialogue to really to see whether this can be limited, and this is armed escorts directly limit our capacity to reach people in need, because it needs to be an option of last resort where there is no civilian alternative and there is very high level of needs, and the lack of civilian alternatives still needs to be proven. So, and because of those reasons, we are not able to accept humanitarian, we're not able to accept armed escorts. In 2019, when escorts were imposed, in over a month that it took to negotiate again that those escorts were lifted, over 300 humanitarian field missions were cancelled. So this has very direct impact on our capacity to reach affected people. There is also the impact of counterterrorism measures. And for example, in some regions where a state of emergency is declared with the intention of limiting to counterterrorist attacks, for example, there is a ban on motorbikes. But that, for example, from what we see, limits people's ability to reach health centers. And on the other hand, some of these measures also, but also from the broader security context, makes that affect certain services. For example, in Tilaberi and Tawa in 2019 in Niger, 11 health centers were closed because health workers left fearing abduction. One last example that I would give is on the instrumentalization of aid, and here I think quick impact projects are a good example. The carrying out life-saving activities with the intention of gaining acceptance from populations, despite agreed upon measures, is really is an example of the kind of activities that really can lead to confusion of mandates and can erode our acceptance by communities. So for all these, I think improving civil military coordination and having a more symmetric, really, I think there is a lack of symmetry, and that really is is very important to address, because it's important, to negotiate access, to negotiate, whether quick impact projects can take place in one region or another. So it's really central that we tackle these elements to improve civil military engagement.
Mm-hmm. And especially humanitarian actors have a very specific role to fill in those discussions. We have discussed this in earlier contexts as well, especially with, I don't know if you remember one of our briefing calls, I told this story about that actually one of our informants in Malian context said that he has the feeling that sometimes the military understands humanitarian principles better than other for example, development actors. Still there is a very specific humanitarian role. In your view, what defines their perspective of the issue of civil military coordination?
I mean, starting back, I mean, it's true that the role of humanitarians is key, but it is. I would like to start by saying that I think the role of states is crucial in the first place. I mean, in the sense that refraining from imposing armed escorts, limiting the consequence of counterterrorism measures, recognizing our need to negotiate access, those are very important elements. And then, of course, not only states, but international forces, their ability to ensure that their forces on the ground refrain from practices that have adverse consequences, like a quick impact project, as I was saying, I think is important. But then it's true, when we look at the relationship that we have with the military, there is a mutual mistrust between humanitarians and military actors. And this is a major drawback in civil military coordination. Humanitarians probably, based on the experience that we are seeing in civil military mechanisms, we feel like there is a veto or, there's a predominance of the military agenda and the military interests that overrides the humanitarian agenda. So it is true that probably there is need for better engagement of military on IHL, on the mandate of humanitarians, the way humanitarians work. I think that the first thing is also that for us is to engage with the military. I think that in the sense of ensuring that, this can be, through the mechanism itself is a good platform in that sense, but engaging to clarify what our mandate is, what our limitations are, how we work, what are those modes of interventions that we have. I think that clarifying that, I think, is very important. But then I think as organizations, probably one of the things that we can improve is also that the kind of evidence that we gather. I think that as humanitarian organizations, the impact of this approach, the impact of armed escorts being imposed in one region, or the impact of counterterrorism measures and what that means for communities, our ability to demonstrate the humanitarian impact and to show in terms of lives, in terms of number of people who are not able to reach. I think those are the kind of very concrete things that probably gathering evidence and demonstrating this kind of adverse impact of such practices, I think that in one sense can be very, very powerful. On the other hand, I think that mobilizing states, there are last week we had the Sahel conference on the ministerial roundtable, and there was, aside from financial pledges, there was a lot of political support and political pledges. In that sense, I think that engaging with influential states, it's true that here engaging directly with the state is difficult because of the risks, the operational risk that this has for organizations on the ground. But I think engaging with mobilizing influential states, I think, is important to ensure that we hold them also accountable for this kind of pledges, and to ensure that they can contribute to improving the humanitarian space that at this point is shrinking. So I think there is more that we can do also to engage from these perspectives, but it's true from a constructive way, that definitely.
Thanks for pointing out also to the role of the states. That actually makes me think what difference do you see between engaging with state military or state armed actors versus non-state armed actors, of which we also have a lot, especially in the West African region?
Yeah, I mean, that goes back to one of the points that I was trying to make, that one of the, I mean, when we engage with the state armed force, I mean, we already have, for example, in Mali, the national forces, most of the time they don't even, I mean, they don't even come to those to the civil military coordination mechanism. So that is a very basic element that is lacking, no? But it's true that there are structures to engage with them. But then, if we look at the case of Niger, one of the challenges that we have is the limitation that we have in terms of engaging with non-state armed groups, because that is not recognized, and the government does not want to recognize our mandate to negotiate with them. So we actually find ourselves in a very, very difficult spot, because because the state does not want, I mean, resists that we negotiate with them, because they see that then as them not having control over their territories. So then we go into a complex issue where actually we cannot negotiate with those that actually have effective control of on the ground. So this is the kind of reality that we have.
Yes, thank you, Anna. Before I would like to hand over to my colleague Darina, I'm going to pose the question of, you have mentioned a lot of things that are not going well at the moment from your last 12 years of experience in the sector. Do you have an example where a good version of civil-military coordination actually brought evidence and results to access or a better service, humanitarian service?
I mean, that's a very difficult question, because I mean, in terms of positive examples, I think there are some positive steps that are being taken right now that will hopefully lead us to positive developments. Like, for instance, the creation of, in Mali and Niger recently, there is the creation of high-level mechanisms to dialogue platforms to tackle access issues between the government, the UN, and NGOs, etc. So that, we think, can be very useful. It's definitely a promising initiative, because then all the issues that within the civil military coordination mechanisms are not being tackled then can be tackled at a higher level, and we hope that that would be a positive development. I mean, one probably good example would be that in 2019, when there was imposition of armed escorts in Niger, as I was telling you, with the consequences of suspension of many field missions. In that sense, the mobilization of the humanitarian community led to that being lifted after, I think it was around 6 weeks or 2 months of negotiations. In that sense, I don't know whether that points necessarily to the good civil military experience, or more to a positive, mobilizing capacity of the humanitarian community to ensure that, those that issue was addressed. So it's still very a temporary advance. But for example, in Niger, in the last, since beginning of 2020, in the regions that were not classified, under emergency, state of emergency, we have moved away from, seeking authorizations to movement notifications. So that is positive, because it actually improves our capacity to deliver, and that we can move in a quick manner, especially in a region where we have a rapid response mechanism, and it is very important that we are able to respond quickly. So in that sense, but still we're still quite far from seeing positive examples to share in this regard.
So there's still a lot to do, even though I'm quite happy to see that humanitarian coordination and also mobilization brings about positive change. Maybe can also lead as an example for many things we have discussed today. Meanwhile, my colleague Darina has arrived. Darina, what's going on in the chat?
Hi, Andrea, and thank you for the very interesting discussion. I've brought two questions for you here. The first one is about fragmentation. So Philippa Schmitz-Guinot, whom we heard earlier today, is asking, Mena, do you think that a civil-military coordination and the dialogue with military actors is actually too fragmented across the many humanitarian actors that are present on the ground? And following up on this, how much of that dialogue should be bilateral and how much should be collective? That's the first one. And secondly, I hope I got these questions correctly. The question is posed by Abubakar Gal, and he says, well, we are always talking about the peace component and thus also civil-military relations, introducing a new political dimension to the humanitarian work. But what about actually external business interests and political interventions from, for example, superpowers or neighboring countries? So these are the two questions I brought for you here, and I would like to hand over to you with that.
Okay, Mena, please feel free to jump right into it.
Yes, I mean, with regards to the first one on fragmentation, I mean, that is, for instance, when I was with the example that I was sharing on Niger, that is one of the challenges that we had in terms of sometimes the structures that are there within, especially within armed groups, within non-state armed groups, is quite challenging. And that is, for instance, one of the things that, we've been talking about. For example, I was listening to some of the discussions this morning about context analysis, no? And it's true that that context analysis is not only within the communities, it also needs to be about those actors and understanding who they are and understanding the chain of command that they have and the extension of command that they have and all those things. And it's true that that is a very challenging question, especially for organizations like us to navigate. No? So it's true that then it brings to the second point that I wanted to, I mean, I think it's very much related with regards to the bilateral and collective actions. No? I think that is where collectively this kind of analysis can be very positive to do this kind of analysis and to navigate the systems collectively. But then having a collectively coherent action would also be very positive in the sense that one of the challenges that we have is that as humanitarian actors, we also need to improve our coherence in how we are acting, but also how we are being perceived. And it's true that that may be easier, somewhat easier when we are engaging with state actors or national forces who probably have know us more or know us better also through, but it's true that when it's related to non-state armed groups, that is more challenging. So to have a common approach, I think, can be a very positive thing, and ensuring that we have a common, at least within organizations. No, it's true that we cannot have a nationwide access strategy on how to engage with them, but at least for the different regions, I think that there is still possibility for us to have a common analysis and have a common way of engaging with them. Also, in a way, somehow to ensure that there is the coherence and to improve this kind of and to launch also this kind of dialogue. So in that sense, for me, collective action definitely can be very very positive, because sometimes also related to coherence in some parts of the Sahel as well, the fact that one organization is negotiating with an armed group and another is not also creates tension within the humanitarian community, because some are perceived as being less neutral because they are negotiating, or some, because they're not negotiating, are more neutral. No? So there are also these elements between us that need to be better I think there is also lack of clarity. So in that sense, the more we engage collectively or have a common strategy, I think that can be positive. On the second question on the interest from other countries, I think at the end, whether we're talking about how the security agenda is undermining the other agendas, development or humanitarian agendas, or migration agenda, we are seeing that the solutions on the ground are far from what actually, at least, are not comprehensive in what the communities need. So in that sense, for us, it is important that we work also with those countries. For example, at this point, there are opportunities. The EU is revising its Sahel strategy. We can influence also, this integrated strategy, this integrated approach that is being operationalized. The nexus, the triple nexus, is still to be launched in, operationalized in that context. So there is a lot of opportunities for us to make sure that within the mandate of each of us, to ensure that those interests are limited, and we are all working to really what the needs of those people are, and in coherence with the priorities that we see. So in that sense, I think working with those countries, and I think is very useful.
Thank you, Mena, for this really enlightening response to the chat questions. I think also for the humanitarian sector to actually engage in what you've just pointed out, we also need to agree on what is the evidence we need to agree on, so we can move further, right? So this is one of the things that we are trying to establish here, and that we are kind of trying to at least create the links between people to do so. It was my real pleasure to engage with you, Mena. I hope we will do so in the near future, and especially with regard to the Sahel, but also with more general questions of civil-military coordination. Thank you so much, and see you soon.
Thank you very much. Thank you. It was a pleasure.
We will take a very short break now of 1 minute maximum to set everything up, and then welcome you back soon. Welcome back, everyone, for the final spotlight session of today on the German donor instruments. The session will be facilitated by Dr. Julia Steetz, the director of our big sister, the German Public Policy Institute, and she will engage with Rüdiger Schöch from Plan International. And please, Julia, take it from here.
Thanks very much. From the Global Public Policy Institute, the German will come next, I think. Right. Wonderful. So we will continue to talk about the Nexus. In my experience, when we start thinking about the Nexus, we usually do so from an operational perspective. It's really about how we can make this work on the ground. And there's a lot, obviously, that operational agencies can do. So when you plan, it's about long-term thinking and planning together. When you analyze, it's about considering risks, including conflict risks. It's about having an exit plan, and it's about monitoring not just your activities, but also results, outcomes. But then at one point or another, the discussion and the practice usually comes back to donors. There will be questions like, is there actually enough development funding available for high-risk areas? Is there funding that can cover transitional activities that link between humanitarian and development? And is it possible in the administrative environment that we have to have a smooth transition between more humanitarian and more development activities? So I think it's interesting that we have seen quite a bit of movement on the donor front, globally speaking. We do have quite a lot more multi-year humanitarian funding from that side. We also have more crisis modifiers in development funding on the other side. And there have been quite a lot of commitments, particularly around the Global Compact on refugees and how to do a comprehensive response for refugees in recent years. So what we want to look at now in this session is where Germany comes in on all that. And to do that, it's really my pleasure to welcome Rüdiger Schöch from Plan International. But just to alert everybody else as well that just as in the past sessions, you will be able to post comments, questions at any time in the chat, and they will be brought to us at the end. And we'd be curious in particular to hear from you whether you have experiences with the changes that Germany has recently introduced and how you see those, or perhaps if you know and have experience with any other alternatives or good practices. So at any time, write to us in the chat, we'll summarize it in the end and address it. But now to you, Rüdiger, perhaps we should simply start with the basics. And I'd just like to ask you, what are those changes concretely that Germany as a donor has recently introduced?
Yeah, thanks, Julia, and thanks for the opportunity to the charter to speak here. These questions may not be as juicy as some of the early ones, some might think, but I think they're just as hard a nut to crack as you have aptly outlined, Julia. And I think if we look at what has recently happened in Germany, well, I'm coming at this from a multi-mandate organization, let's say, and we're really trying from our side as well to bring things together. And what we've seen is that, especially following the WHS, the World Humanitarian Summit, Germany has taken some of the grand bargain commitments forward. You mentioned the multi-year funding. I think the longer-term, predictable and flexible funding for humanitarian action, especially in protracted situations, is something fundamental for us to be able to actually bring things together and link them in this Nexus framework. And we have definitely seen progress in this with multi-year funding being now also made available from the humanitarian side of the German government. And we've seen the average project duration extended significantly over the last couple of years, which is a big step forward for us. They're also working on developing ways of working across the line ministries to offer funding for explicit Nexus programming, specifically the recently introduced Nexus Chapeau approach, which also, and I would like to mention that because you've highlighted the difficulty sometimes in finding funding for transitional assistance. I think this is really trying to leverage a specialty that we have here in Germany, which is the transitional development assistance, which is has been developed to sit at the linkages between the humanitarian and the longer-term development assistance. So I think in general, the German government is encouraging partners to think within the Nexus approach. They're requiring them to some extent also to do this and to propose projects that will work in such a context.
Wonderful. Now, this chapeau that you mentioned, how exactly does that work? What is that?
Yeah, so that's another German specialty, I'd say. It's a joint approach for operationalizing the Humanitarian Development and Peace Nexus. That is the ambition, to bring together humanitarian action and set transitional development assistance. And it is explicitly aimed at strengthening collective outcomes, synergies, division of labor, transparency, and coordinated project planning and implementation. Now, these are ambitious goals across a range of different dimensions, as you'll see. And this is something that has been recently piloted, so we're yet to see exactly how it plays out, but it is effectively a document where these different elements are brought together to link between two projects, where these linkages are documented and can be reported against. So maybe that sums up the idea behind it. And if government colleagues are online here, they are obviously welcome to comment later on.
Great. As you said, very ambitious goals here, quite a lot of goals for the chapeau approach. Now, the piloting is ongoing in a number of countries, and first reflections and experiences are coming back from there. What are the kinds of effects that we are starting to see?
Yeah, so they range from the positive effects that those partners who are implementing the pilots are seeing. For example, they see valuable programmatic complementarity, so they can actually link different activities in the different areas much more effectively. They also have reported a broadening of their coverage, for example. And synergies in terms of project running costs, in terms of shared staff, etc. They're also reporting some challenges, projects that really remain separate with two distinct sets of proposals, of funding guidelines, of reporting structures, and maybe giving credit or being fair in the sense, I'd like to point out that most pilots that have been rolled out were initiated by the ministries based off projects that had been submitted separately. So the links were sometimes perceived a little bit as artificial, with the chapeau document being seen a little bit more as an additional requirement on top, sort of an afterthought. But again, this is really just a piloting, and I think it's important to point out that the ministries, and I know this because the ministries have actively engaged in dialogue and been keen to hear back and learn. And for example, based on feedback received, if I'm seeing it correctly, they have aligned some of the reporting requirements to lessen the burden on the implementing partners of the pilots or of the chapeau. Yeah.
Mm-hmm. So I'm understanding that in terms of the administration of the Nexus, we're only beginning to tackle the problems. And sometimes what you said sounded like we're almost adding, at least in terms of requirements in burden. So are we cracking the nut, administratively speaking?
Yeah, I don't think we have, indeed. I think it is to some extent something that comes on top. We are keeping the different funding streams separate, which is also in our interest to some extent, but I think even the alignment is sometimes still difficult really to crack. So we have different funding allocation calendars, for example, that make it quite difficult to plan, because, for example, once you know that one of the projects will be funded, you'll have to wait some time before you know whether or not the other part will be funded. So it will be, you'll have to kind of, it makes planning a bit more difficult. So far, it hasn't, I think, entirely glossed over the difficulties in aligning the instruments, which has been aggravated, I should say, by the spending review process, at least as we've seen it from the NGO side. But we see the willingness of the two divisions to introduce flexibility where they can. So, for example, the discussions on the chapeau has also in the past led to one of the funding instruments taking over elements from the other to make a more comprehensive project. So that's kind of flexibility that we see. But also in terms of administration, or even programmatically, we find that local partners find the concept quite hard to grasp. So it's another challenge to when we develop these projects with the chapeau idea, to develop that with the partners.
Okay, great. So from that experience, are there any lessons emerging that help the operational partner? So if you were to try to make the best out of the change, are there any lessons on how we need to use this instrument?
Yeah, I think in short, I would say it can be very valuable if you use it as early as possible. If you have that triangular dialogue as early as possible, even before submitting project ideas, then it can actually serve and stimulate debate around common objectives and also the expectations of the different parties involved. And then it really can add a lot of value, I think. If it's introduced too late, it becomes more, a bit more cosmetic, let's say, yeah.
Mm-hmm. Great, and perhaps to link back to the session we had just before this that focused more on the peace component of the Nexus. So far, I've heard a lot about transitional financing, and it always sounded a little bit like humanitarian and development. So how far does this change go? Does it also cover the peace element of the Triple Nexus?
So this initiative we've just been talking about, the chapeau approach, explicitly doesn't. So it's limited to the humanitarian funding and the traditional aid funding. Neither the peace component nor the longer term development assistance component is there, which we would of course love to see there to have like the coverage of the full Nexus spectrum. But it is an even harder nut to crack to stay with that metaphor, I think, yeah.
Mm-hmm, mm-hmm. Great. Now, we've been discussing this road that the German government is walking down at the moment, and the chapeau approach it has started to use. What about other donors, though? Have you been hearing things from elsewhere that really hold good practices or lessons for us, so somewhere where we could also copy and learn? Or if not, are there alternatives out there that we could think about at least, and other approaches to implementing the Nexus from the donor side?
Yeah, thanks. I'm really glad we're also coming to this because I mean, I haven't done a comprehensive study or anything of the sort, but I don't think there is the one model that has cracked it or that's the gold standard out there. From what I can see, what the German government is currently trying, that's already quite advanced, and there's really a willingness there to try new things and develop it. If we're looking at the EU pilots, for example, they've been developing a lot of things over the last couple of years, but for us as parties, we really haven't seen a breakthrough there. There's been very little consultation with international or local civil society, for example. The institutional structures are even more rote and complicated in a way. The trust funds that we had expected to maybe push the Nexus funding a little bit, that really remains to be seen. They've now been integrated in a new funding instrument, so that remains unclear. And so on. So if we are looking at some of the Nordic donors, I've also heard from my peers that they're also keen to for partners to work in the Nexus, but it's really difficult to align the different funding streams. So we're in the German landscape, we're not alone in this. And we're certainly trying to find solutions, and we'll keep pushing from the civil society side as much as we can to make it practical, but we also appreciate what the government is trying to do. But maybe beyond the donors, I'd like to highlight one thing, and that is that we like to think about the Nexus not at the project level, but more the need to create a Nexus and common objectives as a program level, really, to which then individual projects will contribute. And that is something that we've been proposing to donors, and that donors, not only German donors, but also German donors have been interested in taking up independently of the Nexus Chapeau that is now being developed. And it really allows for other levels of flexibility within the funding when it comes to adapting to varying needs across the timing of the time of a program. In terms of sectors and geographical areas, for example. So such a program approach also makes it easier maybe then to actually then apply a Nexus Chapeau approach. Maybe that for now.
Great, very interesting, Rüdiger, and thanks. I think it's good for us to be reminded that this is not a problem that Germany faces on its own. I think sometimes the discussion here sounds like we are having a particularly difficult situation due to the institutional setup, but in fact, it sounds like any donor faces the same. And to think about this in terms of a program approach sounds very, very interesting. Now, I'm out of the corner of my eye, I have started seeing comments coming in, and I hear that Darina would be willing to pick those out and summarize them for us. So over to you, Darina. Thanks for doing that.
Thank you very much. I'm very happy to feed in the questions from the online audience for the last time today. And thank you again to the online audience to be very active and very vivid. I'm afraid many questions came in just a minute when I went here, and I cannot hand in to you all of them. But first of all, we have a question on the flexibility in funding. So Patrick from Humedica is asking, well, although our Triple Nexus is not clear conceptually, it is still helping to deal with several intricacies within our context. The German government funding streams that Rüdiger has mentioned are very welcome. But Patrick, he fears that sometimes the situation will still require a very special and I guess also contextualized approach in funding. So this flexibility in funding is very important to him. And then questions regarding the pilots that have been mentioned, coming in from Markus Geiser from ICRC. In what context do these pilots actually take place, for example, in conflict context, natural disaster context, etc.? Maybe you can elaborate a little bit more on that. Additionally, he is also posing a question, what about the humanitarian principles again? Have these pilots been humanitarian principles bulletproof? And how do the humanitarian principles bulletproof, how bulletproofed are they already? And I'm sorry. So that's the first couple of questions I'd like to pose to you.
Wonderful. I take it that the first one was more a comment, but Rüdiger, perhaps you can take up the one on the context of the pilots and the question of the humanitarian principles.
Yeah, so that's a tough one. We've also been grappling with already throughout the day. I don't think we've really analyzed that side of the programming at this point. The pilots have been taking place in situations like Iraq and Somalia, but also in Sudan and Lebanon. So it's different kind of settings that it's been tested out in, and it includes conflict settings. I think it remains to be seen on the implementation or the respect for the humanitarian principles. And as we've seen earlier today, I think that question is a lot larger than the funding streams that come behind, although obviously, especially the factor of independence is playing into this when it comes to the donors. I'd maybe just comment also back to Patrick on the flexibility, and I'm not sure this was meant in this way, but I think I'm certainly one to stress how important it is not to make everything a Nexus program and to trying to straitjacket things into a Nexus approach that really don't belong there. And I do think that's not or I hope, and from what I've heard, that's really not the intent. But that discussions around, for example, also the Chapeau document, as I've mentioned, can actually lead to a decision not to fund something together, but to decide that this is not the right context for that. And that's certainly something that we as a civil society should also stand up to and say, no, this is not a situation where we think it's appropriate to work in a Nexus situation, which then comes full circle to the question around the humanitarian principles. As soon as we do our proper context and conflict analyses, as we've heard this morning, and we see red flags around that, we as organizations should also be raising that with our donors and either pulling the plug on a kind of project that will cross these red lines that we've identified, or find ways of modeling them in a way that will be better suited for the context.
Great, thank you, Rüdiger. I think we have a couple more minutes, so we could hand back to Darina for another round of comments from the audience.
Thank you so much. I appreciate that a lot, because lots of questions just came in here and are so interesting. So I'd like to introduce the question posed by Kira from ACF here in Berlin. She rightfully stated that we've been discussing the German government funding streams so far, but what about experiences with other donors such as DFID or CEDARS and so on? Are there any experiences that you can share in terms of joint programming and funding, etc.? And another one maybe related to that, is there any signs to extend the Chapeau approach for development cooperation?
Rüdiger, great for you.
Yeah, so I've already I've used all the information I had in my last answer, let's say, on the other donors, and maybe there is somebody in the audience who can speak to that, because I know we have some international colleagues joining. So on the EU side, and for example, the Danida side that I cited earlier, there's certainly also a lot of challenges rather than the good practice, as far as I can tell. Yeah, so maybe we can play that back to the audience if somebody has anything exciting to share.
All right, wonderful. Thank you.
Oh, and sorry, Julia, the last question on the development, I can't speak to that. From what I know, there's no intent to expand it to development at the moment. But again, if there is somebody from the line ministries who wants to share some intelligence, that would be exciting, of course.
Wonderful. And I think we're right on time. Thanks so much, Rüdiger, for sharing all your insights. And thank you, other participants, for sharing questions and comments. With that, I hand over to Ralf.
Thank you, Julia, and thank you, Rüdiger, and for passing the ball back here. And actually, the topic will be the one we pick up tomorrow morning, so we can share all the questions from the audience and what you didn't want to address further right now. Tomorrow morning with high-level guests on the donor side. We will welcome Bärbel Kofler, the Commissioner from the Federal Government of Germany for Human Rights and for Humanitarian Assistance. We will welcome Michael Köhler, the Deputy Director General of ECHO. We will welcome the BMZ and the peace expert of BMZ to discuss all these issues in further detail. And we will have colleagues from Geneva. NRC will join us from Geneva and Oxfam from Mali. So surely we will have time to further discuss the topics Rüdiger and Julia so kindly elaborated for us and kicked them off. So a big thank you once again to Julia and Rüdiger. It's been a long day. You can see maybe a bit in my back that it's getting dark actually already in Berlin. Winter time started this weekend and it feels a bit like autumn, winter. And we had lots of discussions almost for in total 7-8 hours, including the breaks over the course of the day. I think it has been intense. We looked into the Triple Nexus in practice. We looked into a survey confirming that you think this is a key issue we should look into and further discuss. We discussed what it means to put the Triple Nexus in practice and to look at the peace angle of it and what does peace mean in such contexts. And now we are really looking forward to pick this up and to further discuss tomorrow. Tomorrow morning, we will start at 9:30. We will look into the donor policies, but also in practical terms into what does this all mean into practice for agencies if you really need to operationalize, if you really need to position to the Triple Nexus, which options do you have? And as indicated this morning, we will be happy to share our tiny analysis model, the avocado, as we call it, outlining 3 spheres of analysis for organizations and 3 options how to move forward in this world of this Triple Nexus, if it's so important as we all outlined over the course of the day. So stay tuned with us, please, and join us tomorrow again. We will have in the afternoon 3 spotlight sessions as well. So it will be another intense day and would be great if you stay with us. And with that, for me, it's time to give a big thank you, especially here for the whole team, to our colleagues who've done all the streaming over the course of the whole day on the camera, on the audio, on the screen. The team who's observed the chat all day and done all the technicalities. With a big thank you to all of them. We now take a break as well. We prepare for tomorrow. And so stay tuned, have a beer, a coffee, or whatever and wherever you are right now. Good afternoon, good night, and hopefully we'll see you tomorrow. Thank you.